Hey everyone, how y'all doing tonight? Hey Greg, how are you? Hey Cheryl. Hey y'all, give me a second. I'm looking for something that I don't know what I've done with it. I can't. Oh shit. Okay, I'll just have to do without it tonight. Oh Cheryl, I'm happy you're here with us. Hey Sifa, what is it? Greg, happy New Year to you as well. Hey little Miss Michaela, how are you? Hey Collins Avenue. Hey 9mm. Let's see. Where is Drunk Turkey at? I don't see him. Let me scroll back up through here real quick, y'all. Hey, Marissa. Princess Megan, how are you? Nevada County emailed me right back. Okay, well, that's good. Drunk Turkey Show, how are you? And thank you for being here with us. Hey, Vapor, how are you? Ashley B, how are you doing? Hey, Living Life with BB. Central Records are not authorized. Wait, are you serious, Sifa? So they sent you something that you can't even share? Princess Megan. Oh, wow. Hey, Judy, how are you? Okay, wait, let me grab. I just completely missed the whole email message from Nightbot. So let me grab that real quick and pin it. Blues, how are you? Hey, Brown Bear. You know, I have lost. I end up losing stuff and I can't find it. Okay, never mind. I found it. Hey, Maria, how are you? Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Vixen, how are you? Hey, Cricket Moon. Oh, yes, Greg, I saw that just a few minutes ago about Barbara Walters passing away. I think it said she was 93, I believe it was. Hey, Eric, how are you? Let's see. Guess my theory was wrong about the body cam 4. SoCal Gal, how are you? I guess it may help if I put my chat on live chat instead of top chat. Okay. Make sure I haven't missed anyone coming in. Okay, and again, remember what I said earlier, Mom, about how they were good. Hey, Joe, how are you? Laura, how are you tonight? And Golfer Gal, how are you? All right, so I want to go start off with a few things that we have found out since the live earlier today. This Brian Koberger is not kin to um, Kaylee Gonzalez or anyone in her family, not by marriage or anything like that. Um, and what was the other thing? Oh, and his sister, there is no record whatsoever about his sister living, hey Jennifer, next door to where Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, Dylan, and Bethany lived in Moscow. Hey Brian R, how are you? Must have got lost. How are you? It wasn't you, Brian R. It's kind of weird that his name is spelled just y'all just spelled the same way. Yeah, Gal, I think they said it was like 15-minute drive or something like that from Moscow to Pullman. Hey Shells, how are you? Hey Izzy. So I just wanted to cover those two things real quick because I know there was a few people that was in chat that had said about this guy being kin to um, Kaylee's family through marriage, but he's not. Just one second. I'm just making myself a note so I don't go back over that again. Hey Mara, how are you? Mandy May, how are you? He lived in Pullman, Mandy May. That's where he was going to college at Washington State University, which is just a few miles down the road. Hey Phil, how are you? Now they still haven't released the motive and all that, so we won't know that. We basically won't know anything until he gets back to Moscow. Mara, I slept for like an hour. That's all I got. Hey Claire Bear, how are you? Who said Kate, how are you tonight? Okay. I just got attacked by ads. Hey Pin Dizzy, how are you? I wonder if he went back to work after Thanksgiving. What is weird is that there was an article that said that he had just finished up his first semester at the beginning of this month, earlier in this month. So what he did, or what it seems like he did, is that he went and did these murders. His birthday was November the 21st, so he celebrated his birthday. He celebrated Thanksgiving. He finished up his first semester at Washington State, celebrated Christmas, and it was said that the FBI tracked him, like followed him in his vehicle from uh, Pullman, Washington, all the way to Pennsylvania, where they caught him over the Christmas holidays. Y'all, my dog and my cat are in there playing. So if y'all hear them, please stop paying attention. Right, yeah, they tracked him down by his car. So apparently he does own a white Hyundai Elantra. Don't remember if they said the year, but they did say that they found the Elantra, and that's what they ended up tracking it back to him, and that's how they found him, along with, yes, the DNA. Crime Watch with Kenny, how are you? Yes, Crime Watch, very good news on the arrest. Okay, so it was a 2015 white Elantra? Okay. All right. Thank you for that vapor. Hey, Tonka, how are you? Lights, how are you? Ken, I know. I've only slept literally 1 hour today between the 2 lives. Ashley B, how are you? He was under surveillance for 4 days. I wonder if that is what one of the brothers was talking. It could have been Yorkie Mama because, Kaylee's dad no, not Kaylee's dad, Kaylee's dad's attorney had put out that they knew before everyone else did. I guess about the arrest or the arrest was about to happen or whatever. Now that's not him saying that he knew before the other families. Baby bull, how are you? Um, I know some people may take it as him saying, "Well, we knew before everyone else." That's not saying he knew or that Kaylee's family knew before the other victims' families, but meaning that they knew before all of us, the general public knew. Kelly Marie, how are you? Yes, Kelly, they made an arrest this morning about 3 o'clock. SWAT went in, raided the guy about 3 o'clock at his, I guess his dad's home or his childhood home, in Pennsylvania. Yeah, more. I'm sure that that's probably what he was talking about when the thing that I read last night. You know, that he wish he could just come out and tell everybody everything that he knows, but right now he can't. Now, there was, hold on, let me grab these other two guys' names because I did write them down. A Dylan White, who was arrested today, well, early this morning at 2:52 a.m., and a Jason David Elkins. He's from Meridian, Idaho. He's 22 years old. He was arrested this morning at 2:44 a.m. And I haven't had time, which I need to go ahead and do that now, because I haven't even looked y'all on the Moscow, Idaho website today. At Lawnmower Man, I'm wondering if that's a possibility. If these people had something to do with it, or if it's just a coincidence that they got arrested that early in the morning, on the same morning that um, the suspect got arrested. See, do we know if he knew R4? Kelly, I know that he did follow Maddie and Kaylee on Instagram, which I have not got the screenshot of. Give me just 1 second. I need to go down to the daily thing on here. Let's see. Let's see. That was at like one something. I need to find their. Oh, it's not on here. I need to find their shit, their arrest things on here. I don't remember exactly how to get to it though, so it may take me a second to find it. Hey Moonville, how are you? All right, so they did do a presser this morning, which we did watch the press conference. I'm just checking real quick to see because this is only like a 2 page. And if it says the same thing as what they did on the news conference, I can just go back and pull that up and show it instead of reading all this. And I think it does. Okay, so is there anyone in here who has not seen the press conference that was put out? No, no panel, and I said the facts pointed to SK, and everyone was like, no, I don't believe that. I told y'all the evidence. King Scarlet, I had that in the back of my head too, that it possibly could be an SK. Okay. He was a boxer? I haven't heard that. Okay, yeah, I'm fixing to pull up the press conference. 1 second. Let's go police department. Oh, wait, it's not police department, it's the PIO. Give me just a second. Yes. Sifa, where's the link at that you sent me earlier? With the, why does it keep coming back to this? This is not it. The link that showed the press conference. Wait, did we ever see the ride along dude or hear his voice? Um, I I don't remember hearing his voice in that video, Brian. Okay, just email it to me real quick, Sifa. All right. I don't remember if it's all right. Sent through Twitter. Will it let me pull it up from there? Okay, give me 1 second. I only heard about a presser, haven't watched it. Can always watch it though. Yeah, I'm fixing to pull it up here in just 1 second. I just gotta get to it and get it pulled up here. Yes, here we go. All right, let me get it all. My everything's set right. Make sure my volume is up. Okay. Hey B, how are you? All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this, and y'all just let me know if y'all cannot hear it. Let me get it because it's the standby. Okay, here we go. The standby screen was on there forever.
Thank you for coming today. Last night, in conjunction with the Pennsylvania State Police, Federal Bureau of Investigation, detectives arrested 28-year-old Brian Christopher Kohlberger in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania, on a warrant for murders of Ethan, Zana, Madison, and Kaylee. I want to personally thank these agencies for their assistance in this case. Kohlberger resides in Pullman, Washington, and is a graduate student at Washington State University. We will provide as much information as we can about the extradition to Idaho and the criminal process. However, due to Idaho state law, we are limited in what information we can release today until Kohlberger has his initial appearance in Idaho court. I want to express my appreciation to our local community, the people of Idaho, and those throughout our nation who provided information to help us investigate these murders has been very impressive. We've received over 19,000 tips, and we've conducted over 300 interviews. To recap this case, on the evening of November 12th, Kaylee and Madison arrived home at about 1:56 a.m. after visiting a local bar and street food vendor. Ethan and Xana were at the Sigma Chi house before arriving home around 1:45 a.m. The two surviving roommates had also been in the community but returned around 1 a.m. On the morning of November 13th, a 911 call was made at 11:58 a.m. reporting an unconscious person at the residence. The call came from inside the home from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Moscow police responded and found 2 victims on the 2nd floor and 2 victims on the 3rd floor. On November 17th, autopsies were conducted and the Latah County coroner confirmed the identity of the 4 victims. The cause and manner of death was homicide by stabbing. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed multiple times. These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process. This was a very complex and extensive case. We had developed a clear picture over time, and we stand assured that the work is not done, but be assured the work is not done. This has just started. Since November, we have remained laser focused on pursuing every lead in our pursuit of justice for the victims and their families. I recognize the frustration with the lack of information that's been released. However, providing any details in this criminal investigation might have tainted the upcoming criminal prosecution or alerted the suspect of our progress. We will continue to provide as much information as we can as the process moves forward. Today, I want to specifically thank our dedicated Moscow Police Department detectives, patrol officers, the Idaho State detectives, the Idaho State troopers, and their crime lab technicians and scientists, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation for the resources and personnel to conduct this massive investigation. It was the dedication of them and the persistence and the numerous hours that led to an arrest. Fortunately, these highly skilled people worked together as a cohesive team to solve this case. I also want to thank our community and the nation. Over the past 6 weeks, I've been continually reminded of how much our community cares. Locally, public support has been exceptional with kind words, food for investigators, and letters of support. You will never know how much your words of encouragement help us through these trying times. I appreciate each of you and each of your kindness. Agencies and individuals from across the nation have reached out to us to express their support to this department. I'm reminded how our Moscow community, our families, and the nation has been impacted by this daily. Finally, I do want to thank our media partners for the help. You kept this in the news. You helped us with tips. You kept things going, and we truly appreciate that. And you are the product of those 19,000 tips that we received, which is an impressive number. I would like to invite Bill Thompson, the county prosecutor, up at this time.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Bill Thompson. I'm the Latah County prosecutor. And it's sad to be here, but happy to be here at the same time. As Chief Fry indicated, a criminal complaint was filed yesterday here in Latah County, charging the defendant, Mr. Kohlberger, with 4 counts of first-degree murder in addition to felony burglary, which involves entering the residence with the intent to commit the crime of murder. Mr. Kohlberger, and let me preface, there's a pending case now in court, and I and my office and the investigators have to live with the restrictions that our Supreme Court places on pretrial publicity. That said, I promise you we will share with you through the court process or otherwise whatever we are allowed to. I just appreciate your patience on that. The factual basis for the charges are summarized in what's called a probable cause affidavit that is on file with the court. According to the rules of the Idaho Supreme Court, that is sealed until Mr. Kohlberger is physically back in Latah County and has been served with the Idaho arrest warrant. At that time, we expect that that affidavit will be available to you so you can share the true facts with all of your readers and your watchers and your listeners and all the people who are interested and really need to know what's going on. So please have patience with us on that. We hope to get that to you as soon as we can. As far as Mr. Kohlberger, I can share with you that he is a graduate student at Washington State University and has an apartment residence over in Pullman. He has had an initial appearance in front of a judge in Pennsylvania. He is being held without bond, and the warrant from our magistrate judge here also provides for no bond. We understand that he's scheduled to be back in court in Pennsylvania next Tuesday afternoon, and that a public defender has been appointed for him there. The process at this point is, since he was arrested in another state, he has the opportunity to either waive extradition and return voluntarily to the state of Idaho, or if he prefers not to waive extradition, then we will initiate extradition proceedings through our governor's office. If we do that, it can take a while for him to get here. So again, I'm asking for your patience and understand that's just the way the system works. Once he gets here, he'll have an initial appearance with our magistrate. They'll deal with issues such as making sure competent counsel is representing him, and the case will be scheduled for further hearings. Your primary source of factual information is going to be the court record, because that's what the Supreme Court says we need to refer you to. So please pay attention to what's going on in court and have people there to watch and hear what's being said. As an attorney, myself, my office, we are limited on what we are allowed by the courts to say outside of the courtroom. So please just work with us. Finally, as the chief indicated, this is not the end of this investigation. In fact, this is a new beginning. Y'all now know the name of the person who has been charged with these offenses. Please get that information out there. Please ask the public, anyone who knows about this individual, to come forward, call the tip line, report anything you know about him to help the investigators and eventually our office and the court system understand fully everything there is to know about not only the individual, but what happened and why. Next, I'll introduce Colonel Ked Wells from the Idaho State Police. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Kedrick Wills. I serve as the director of the Idaho State Police and certainly want to express our appreciation for your attendance here today. These tragic murders took 4 young, vibrant lives from our community. Nothing we do can bring them back. The only thing that we can do in law enforcement to honor their memories that we know of is to bring this to a successful conclusion. This has been a very difficult time for the families, the university, the community, and the state of Idaho. However, it is also proven that communities come together in tough times. Certainly appreciate the support of the local community and our national audience that has been following us as our investigators have worked through this case. I'm thankful also to you, the media partners, who have helped keep this case in the forefront that generates the tips and we hope will continue to generate information that will help us to a conclusion of this proceeding. I'd like to express our appreciation on behalf of the Idaho State Police to Chief Fry, his leadership, and the entire Moscow Police Department for the way that they handled this from the very beginning. He directed the right people to the right positions that led us to this conclusion today. I've had the utmost confidence in this investigation and in Chief Fry, as well as in Mr. Bill Thompson and the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, who've been a great partner throughout this. Nothing has deterred the commitment of the investigators who've worked on this case, regardless of the organization they represent. It's been very trying and very difficult, as we know, as you know, that it has been on those investigators as they do the tedious work that they're so good at doing. The partnerships is what's led here as well. The partnerships between Moscow Police Department, I'd like to express our appreciation with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, specifically the special agent in charge out of the Salt Lake City Division, Dennis Rice, and also what the work that happened in the last 24 hours in Pennsylvania with the arrest with the Pennsylvania State Police and Colonel Evanchik with the Pennsylvania State Police. We appreciate what they've done across the nation to help us as well. As Bill shared, this investigation is far from over. In fact, I appreciate what he shared, that this is not an ending, but rather a new beginning. The difference now is, as he shared, that we are dictated what information we can share by the court process and by laws in our state of Idaho. And so we will share, as he shared, Mr. Thompson is absolutely committed to share everything he can share through the court process. We've got to make sure that we don't get in front of that process. And we really deeply appreciate everybody's support here. The relationships that were forged here and the partnerships that were forged have led to this. And based on that is why we're here today. And we continue to believe that the best way we can honor these 4 lives that have been taken is to make sure that we have a successful outcome here. One of the partnerships that's been forged throughout this is a partnership with the University of Idaho. And on that, I'd like to introduce the president of the University of Idaho, Mr. Scott Green.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Scott Green, President, University of Idaho. Today's news of arrest is a welcome one. It's relief to our university, our community, and our extended Vandal family. The outpouring of support over the past 6 weeks helped sustain us during the most trying time. It provided the strength that helped us navigate the international scrutiny visited on our students and employees. We are truly thankful for the compassion and acts of kindness shown to our community. Kindness is contagious, and it provided the light that reclaimed ground lost to evil and darkness. We first want to acknowledge and thank Governor Little for the early promise of financial support that enabled the university to secure our campus and focus on helping our students and our employees in the wake of the crimes. We also appreciate the Idaho State Police and the highly visible security presence that brought comfort and calm to a community shocked and confused by the senseless crimes. We never lost faith that this case would be solved and are grateful for the hard work of the Moscow Police Department and their law enforcement partners. Vast and committed FBI resources brought important expertise to this complex case. Across the board, dedicated, highly competent personnel worked this case to arrest. This crime has nevertheless left a mark on our university, our community, and our state. While we cannot bring back Maddie, Kaylee, Zaina, and Ethan, we can thoughtfully and purposefully carry their legacy forward in the work that we do. Our students come first, and that was proven each and every day of this investigation. We are committed to safely delivering the college town atmosphere, campus experience, and high-touch quality education for which the University of Idaho is known. With time, we will heal. We will move forward together, and we will remain Vandal strong. With that, I'd like to turn it back over to Fry.
So now we will open the floor to questions. However, I want to remind everyone, as Prosecutor Bill Thompson explained, any factual information regarding the arrest of Kohlberger is currently sealed per Idaho law and will not be released until he has appeared in an Idaho court. Please formulate your questions accordingly. I recognize there are a lot of questions, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can.
Lauren Patterson, Northwest Public Broadcasting, Spokane Public Radio. I realize the records are sealed. I guess I'm not too familiar with how it works, but can you tell us what tip, what lead, what piece of evidence really led you all the way from Idaho to the suspect in Pennsylvania?
As I've said in the past, that's part of our investigation, and we won't be releasing that at this time. We will have those answers. We'll have them as soon as we can make those available to you.
Then a quick follow-up and a two-parter. Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
Hi, Chief. How soon into the investigation did police and law enforcement begin to spot Mr. Koberger as a potential suspect? And a follow-up, how many tips, if you can say, were specifically related to Mr. Koberger?
To the tip part, honestly, I can't answer that question, so I'm not even going to speculate on that. On the other part, that's part of our investigation, and it will come out. I'd like the mic to please come right over here.
Thank you. Dana Griffin with NBC News. Can you confirm that Kohlberger asked whether or not anyone else had been arrested when he was in custody?
I cannot confirm that, or I'm not sure of that information, but that would still be a part of our investigation.
Did CODIS initially return any hits on this guy?
That's still part of our investigation. That will come out. If we could get somebody over here, please.
And then one final question. Is there any message to the online sleuths who slandered and harassed people who they believed were responsible?
There was a lot of speculation going on, and we've always said from the very beginning that we're the official message that comes out, and to pay attention to what we're putting out there to the press.
I'm Nancy Liu with News Nation, and we were over at the house this morning, and you told us that the remediation would begin today. It was suddenly stopped. Can you tell us why?
Yes. The house cleanup has been halted, and that came by a legal request from the court.
Christina Corbin, Fox News. Chief, have you identified a motive?
That is part of the investigation, and that will come out as we continue the investigation. But what we still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line. We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Chief Veronica Miracle with CNN. Any indication that the suspect knew the victims?
That's part of the investigation as well. It won't be something that will come out at this point in time, but as we continue the investigation and as this case goes to trial, that will be brought forth.
Have you spoken to the families? Can you tell us what they've told you today?
Are you talking the victims' families? Yeah, we have reached out to the victim's family as we always do. We've done that daily, and we've continued to have contact with them.
Hey, Nate Sanford, you mentioned earlier that you're still seeking tips about Brian and that people should still share whatever information they have. Can you speak at all about what specifically people should be reaching out for, like if they know something?
I would say anything and everything. As we've said all along, we know what tips we're looking for. We will take those tips and we will have professionals look at those and decide which pieces of those we need to use for our case. So we ask that everybody would do that.
Angela Palermo, Idaho Statesman. Your department and other investigators on the case took a lot of flack for keeping information close to your chest. Are you glad that you did that? And were you worried about tipping the suspect off?
I will 100% stand behind the way that we handled this investigation. And this all started from day one with our patrol officers arriving on scene, locking down the scene, us calling in the Idaho State Police, us calling in the FBI, and keeping information that was pertinent to this case very, very tight. We want to have a situation where when this goes to trial, there is no doubt that we've done everything right and we've slowed down and we've continued to slow down. We'll continue to do that.
Hey, Chief. Have you guys found the murder weapon or the Hyundai Elantra?
So we are still looking for all pieces of evidence, but we are still looking for the weapon. And I will say that we have found an Elantra.
Stephanie Becker with CNN. Can you tell what it was like when you got the phone call when the police told you that they had your suspect?
I can tell you, for a lot of law enforcement, it was a fairly sleepless couple of days with as we were leading up to everything that we were doing. But what I can tell you is I have faith in those agencies across the nation. I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job. But sure, there was some times, even throughout the day, that we were always concerned.
Hi, Chief. Don, you back at CBS News. Can you talk a little bit more about the suspect's connection to Pennsylvania?
All I know is that he lives in Pennsylvania.
Chief Guy Tannenbaum from Nonstop Local KHQ in Spokane. More about the Elantra. We saw reports that you mentioned that you recovered an Elantra, but can you specify where that was found? And we know that that was one of the biggest pieces of information you were asking from the public to tip. Were you able to provide an information on whether those tips led to this seizure of an Elantra?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out in the future.
Chief Glenn Mosley, Idaho Public Radio here in Moscow. The additional police presence in town and on campus, semester's coming. Is that going to continue?
You will continue to see state troopers in the area. You know, we're talking to Latah County as well. You will see a presence of us that we're always have up on campus. We have assigned officers to that. So you will continue to see a law enforcement presence. I'm going to take two more questions.
Hi, Chief. Julie Scott, ABC News. Can you tell us if you eventually had a license plate number to the Elantra and how you tracked it to Pullman?
That's still part of the investigation that will come out.
Chief, hi, Matt Lovelace with the Murrow College of Communication. I want to ask about Mr. Koberger as a graduate student at WSU. Are you aware of if he returned to campus after November 13th? And have you had any communication with departments on the WSU campus about his attendance?
So some of that is going to be followed up as we continue our investigation. We'll be asking some of those questions, but that'll come out in the near future. So what I do want to do is I want to thank you all. You really have been the national voice for us. You've given us the opportunity to get many, many tips. And I do appreciate everything you've done, and we'll continue to look forward to working with you in the future on this. So I'd like to thank you for that, and thank you for your time.
Okay, so that was the end of that. Hey, James, how are you? So even though they wasn't able to give a whole lot of information, we still got some good information out of that. Okay, I'll go to another video real quick. Banker guy, how are you? Joe, you're welcome. I know that there was some people in here that was saying that they hadn't got to see it yet, so I wanted to make sure everybody did. Who said Kate? Yeah, I mean it was a little bit better than what they usually have. Hold on one second, I just gotta find this video. I actually have a couple of different ones I'm gonna show tonight. Okay. I found you yesterday. Subscribe right away. Love your channel in the chat. All of you are very nice. Well, La Chica, thank you so much. That is very sweet of you. All right, so we're gonna listen to Cuomo. This one's only like 5 minutes long. Hey, Big Al, how are you? Words were chosen very carefully at that presser. Yes, they were. Hold on one second. Wait. Okay, so I'm gonna get this one started, and then I gotta mute out and jump up from my desk real quick, but I'll be back before it's over with. Yeah, just one second. All right, let me make sure it gets pulled up here. All right.
It's it's a very unusual situation that we have on our hands here. The crime scene itself, what was seemingly and apparently random, and now we have a young man, Larry Kobolinski, 28 years of age, who has studied criminology for a long time and is a very even demeanor, according to authorities, while in custody and only asking a single question as reported, has anyone else been arrested? How does it complicate the analysis of dealing with someone with his kind of skills and background?
Well, it's hard because he studied criminal justice, obviously, and he studied crime, and he's even done surveys to see how people felt as they were committing crimes. It seems that what I heard in this TikTok presentation is that he was into drugs even as a young person, and this might explain the rage and the passion and the terrible stabbing that he did to these four students. And he may have been on stimulants. He may have progressed from heroin, which is more down, to amphetamines and cocaine and things of that sort. And that might explain the viciousness of the attack.
Now, Counselor, at the end of the day, we only know what authorities can show. And as tantalizing as it may be, his background, his criminology studies, and how he appears in pictures and from reports, they're going to have to show what for this to stick?
Well, they're going to have to show that it was, they believe they're charging him with first degree. So they're going to have to show that it was premeditated, that it wasn't a situation where he just ended up in that room. There was a scuffle and this terrible scene happened. They're going to have to show that this was planned in order for a first degree murder conviction to stick. And I think that the autopsy reports showing that these victims were likely asleep when they were first stabbed, at least, which is absolutely terrible. I think that that's going to take care of that, the chance that anybody could argue that it wasn't premeditated, because obviously if you're going and stabbing people that are sleeping, there's only really one reason to do that. So I think just with those bare facts, it's a very, very strong case for a first degree argument. I don't think that there's much that a defense is going to be able to argue that it wasn't premeditated. Now, getting into the history of drugs, the long history of drugs, obviously, since he was in high school, maybe even before then, there could very well be a mental health defense. There could be a defense about he didn't have the capacity at the time to form that intent. And that's where the argument is going to be, for sure.
Now, would not help you so much on the issue of guilt, but this is a death penalty state in Idaho. And obviously, sentencing, you're going to have different aggravating, mitigating circumstances. Now, look, we're a very long way from that, Kobolinski, because the main thing that we have to have established here is putting him in the house. Now, they charged him with felony burglary in addition to the 4 homicides, which is, of course, a layering charge just to put more irons in the fire, but also suggests, Larry, they could put him in the house. And picking this guy up who wasn't in any of the video.
Chris, he's definitely in the house. His DNA is either mixed with blood of the victims or it's on or underneath the fingernails of the victims. I think we may have frozen.
No, I got you, Larry. Keep talking.
I'm sorry, there may be DNA under the fingernails of the victim. And that would these people tried to defend themselves. There were defense wounds, and one or two may have scratched at the assailant. And it may very well be DNA under the fingernails, and that will tie him completely. There also may be mixtures of blood. And as you heard earlier today, Cece explained that these mixtures can be deconvoluted and you can come up with his profile.
I mean, look, here's the troubling suspicion at this point. He didn't belong in the house. Yeah, he's not a contemporary. He doesn't go to the university. He didn't live there. He's not somebody we saw that night. He's not somebody that the family is coming out and say, oh, no, that guy, we've known him forever. So again, it's for the prosecutor to do the work. But it's not something where, okay, like the boyfriend early on or the other guy on the videotape, where there needs to be an explanation of context. Hey, thank you for watching. Please go to newsnationnow.com, newsnationnow.com, and you can find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button down below. Then you will get more of News Nation's fact.
Okay, y'all. So I just wanted to show that one real quick. Let me stop this so it doesn't keep playing. All right. Okay, so Izzy, you saw it? All right, let me pull that picture up real quick, and then I've got another video I'm going to show y'all. Let me find it here. Where'd it go? Right here. Shoot. Okay. I thought this was very weird how much these two resemble each other. I'm sorry, Big Al, but I was just playing it for the news that he was talking about. It's weird how much they favor. D22, how are you? Hey, Lori P, how are you? I know, Big Al, a lot of people don't like Cuomo, but it was worth the listen to anyway. Yeah, I didn't realize how much they looked alike until the picture was sent to me. It's creepy how, like, especially in their eyes. Let's see, wait, I may have the DNA connection. Can you email it to me, Judy? Okay. All right, so I just wanted to show y'all this. You can have the dead soulless eyes. That is sure can, yes. But yeah, I just wanted to show y'all that. I thought it was weird. Like I said, I hadn't even thought about it until it was emailed to me. Um, Joe, that's Bundy on the left. Let's see, is it? Yeah, they're like that lost look in their eyes. That's a good way to explain it, Princess Megan. Just a hollow, evil look. All right, so I just wanted to show y'all that. It's fine, it is. I just messaged you. Oh, did you, Sif? I'm sorry, I didn't even see it. So yeah, White Widow Baby's the one that emailed it to me. I don't know where she got it, but it was just like creepy as hell when she sent it to me. How much they favor. The eyes is like the dead giveaway though. The nose, because Brian's nose looks like somebody popped him in his nose and broke his nose, honestly. And I do have, and let me show y'all that because somebody had asked that while the video was playing. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think I went the wrong way. Hold on. I do have a side by side. So his nose hasn't always been like that. Let's see. Eli, he may have. Ethan might have when they were fighting or something. Might have hit him in his nose. But you can tell it's something's happened to it. Let's see. There's talks of broken nose because of boxing, other aggressions. Yeah. I mean, and it could be from fighting too. If that's what he does, it could be, somebody could have hit him and broke it. Whether he went from the fat recluse kid to skinny, aggressive, hothead. Big Al, I read that too, where one of his friends said that it was just like all of a sudden, like he just completely changed and they didn't know why. They didn't know what happened, why he changed, and said that they were talking about him being OCD and something about his food, or he was like really OCD with food and all that. I did hear about drugs too, but I mean, we really can't confirm the drug thing. Um, but that is a possibility. Like he wanted new pots for his food, droids. Yeah. All right. So Troll has sent me a video. I just want to show y'all this because I did see while the video was playing that there was, hey Blossom, that there was a couple of people that was asking, hey Shane B, about his nose if it had always been like that. So I wanted to show y'all that too while I had the other picture up here. All right, so give me 1 second. I need to go jump in my email real quick. Hey Teresa, how are you? Jenna, how are you doing? Okay. Because apparently they have found evidence in his apartment. Because they were he still had his apartment over at the college at Washington State in Pullman, and they got a search warrant to go in and search his apartment there today. His apartment and his office. And, let me make sure. Okay, yes, this is gonna be it. This is gonna be Nancy Lou. She's from New let's see. Let me make sure all of my settings are okay on it before I play it. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Here. Alright, so this came out about an hour ago. And I know that Brian Inton, well, usually when he's not in Moscow, then Nancy Lou is there, but Brian is actually in Pennsylvania now. As soon as the news broke about the arrest, he headed straight out there. So that's where he's at. Nancy Lou is in Moscow, Pullman area. So this is her. If y'all can't hear it, y'all just let me know. And while it's playing, I'm gonna mute out.
Just about a minute ago, the yellow tape was taken down. Law enforcement has now left, and we watched multiple bags and boxes being loaded and taken away as evidence. We also saw a computer loaded. So we don't know, if they're looking for that digital evidence against Brian Kohberger, but this is his apartment. It's on the second floor. He lives in 201, and we believe this is a 2-bedroom apartment. We noticed that they have not taped the door. I don't know if this is signs of them having tried to take fingerprints off this door, but they were inside this apartment for over 12 hours today, processing evidence inside the apartment. Across the way here, we talked to this neighbor earlier, and he said that, he ran into Brian Kohberger here and there, and he described him as friendly and very talkative. We talked to another neighbor who just said this is just creepy because he had run into him in the laundry room, and Kohberger had talked about being a PhD student in criminology.
Okay,
To have this
behind you.
happen,
I'm sorry to interrupt.
everyone's creeped out.
I'm so curious about what's behind you. That door behind you. Do you see? It's hard for us with the camera angle to see if there's any markings, if they've had to like force their entry. Do you see any sort of crowbar markings? Did they have to
No.
break open that door? Is the lock damaged at all? Does it look as though it was maybe unlocked when they
No.
got there?
They must have gotten a key because Washington State University police also involved in this investigation. These are university apartments. This is earmarked for PhD and graduate students. So we assume that Washington State would have the keys to this apartment because these are for students. And this is campus property.
Well, it would make absolute sense if they were able to get a master key and get in there without having to break down the door, but he certainly wasn't there. And you said that you saw them come out with a hard drive. Did you see them actually carrying a hard drive out?
Yes. Yes, a large computer, a complete computer set loaded into the back of a vehicle. We saw boxes, we saw bags, we saw what I think it looked like a bag of garbage. So maybe they retrieved some of Brian Kohberger's garbage. And again, that, as you mentioned earlier, they're after DNA, his DNA, maybe in some of the garbage items that was tossed inside his home.
And then quick question about the number of people that you saw parading out of there. And I think I heard you say that they had boxes and bags. Did you see them with anything small, like small envelopes that would be, just, trace kinds of pieces of evidence, maybe like, bits of sand or just hair or fibers, those kinds of things? Or was everything sort of lopped into larger, undiscernible sorts of carrying containers?
It's quite possible, Ashley, because we saw suitcases, and inside those suitcases could be those envelopes of, minute traces of items, dirt and hair and fibers. So maybe those are inside envelopes. We don't know what was inside these suitcases. We saw a number of suitcases go out. We saw a number of boxes go out. We couldn't see what was inside those boxes. So it's possible, quite possible, Ashley, that those trace pieces of evidence could be inside.
Wow. The hard drive is the most fascinating thing you told me because, that's the first thing that is a telltale. Now, this guy that they've arrested is a PhD in criminology, so he probably is smart enough to know not to, investigate victims if he indeed is the perpetrator. He's accused at this point. However, everybody who thinks they're really smart at committing crimes, they are not perfect and usually screw up in one way or another. And I'm just fascinated to tell me how that you saw investigators in the apartment.
We saw at least 3 forensic technicians, but we also had a Washington State University officer here as well. And earlier we had Moscow police here as well. We also had Idaho State police here as well. So about 5 or 6 people here throughout the day, but what a long day for them. They were so thorough inside, taking multiple pictures. I mean, as we said earlier, flashbulbs going off inside we saw for hours. So they definitely were quite thorough inside this apartment.
The scrutiny on this case, Nancy, as you know, is going to be electrifying. And so to say that they have to cross every T, they'll have to do that 10 times. To say that they need to dot every I, they'll have to do that 20 times. And it will be excruciating for a jury as well, because any defense attorney worth her, weight in salt is going to be able to mine for anything that goes wrong in the collection process of evidence where you are right now. Fantastic reporting. I can't even believe I'm looking at you outside of that door right now after they've literally just walked out and pulled down the crime scene tape. Nancy, just fantastic exclusive reporting for News Nation. Congratulations. Thank you for watching. Go to News.
Okay. Well, maybe they found the murder weapon in there. Because she did say they came out with evidence bags and all that, and a computer. Maybe there's something on that computer that they can find that can link him to all of this. All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I got to get back into my email. All right. Now, did y'all hear about his aunts speaking out? Or, well, not his, it's not his biological aunts, it's his aunts that were married to his two of his dad's brothers, I believe it was. Let me get that one pulled up here. Oh, shit. Okay. 1 second. I have a lot of videos for tonight, y'all. La Chica, I don't know. They just said that they found the Elantra. I know that he was driving a 2013 Kia Forte that was registered to his dad. Um, but I haven't really heard a whole lot of information about the Elantra, just that they found it. And I did hear, because I seen somebody say in chat about that he waived his rights or waived extradition or whatever. Um, there was something that someone had said, I forgot which one of the news things it was, but that the judge signed off on him being extradited back to Idaho. So he should soon be on his way back. I know that there is a court date. I believe January the 3rd is the day that they're doing it, um, in Pennsylvania. Hey, IML, how are you? Okay, clip of ants. All right. Right. They're one of 'em, are they both, was they both in Vegas, Gio? Because I remember one of them was in Vegas, and she said that she hadn't seen him in like 2 years or something like that. Ledger here did his chat for planets in Scorpio. Hey, Stu, how are you? All right, give me a second. Hold on 1 second. Let me answer this back. All right. Let me get all my stuff pulled back up. 1 second, y'all. Okay. Chatting again. Wait, little baby, that's fine, honey. And make sure it's yes, it did.
Reporter for the New York Post, and she's live with me now. Dana, you were able to speak with the aunt of this suspect, of Brian Christopher Koberger, today. What did welcome, and what did the aunt tell you?
I've actually spoke to two of them, and they were both married to brothers of Michael Koberger, that's the murder suspect's father. And the one aunt that I spoke to, who a lot of them are in the Las Vegas area, and she said the last time she saw Brian and his father Michael was about 4 years ago at a funeral out in the Nevada area. And she said that Brian's affect in general, it wasn't as if he came off, of course, as somebody seemingly outwardly crazy, but she said she noticed that he had a really weird food fetish. And she said it went beyond being vegan. He required his aunt and uncle to buy brand new pots and pans for him to eat out of, because he refused to eat from anything that had meat ever cooked in it. And she said it seemed to be an OCD type of situation. She said otherwise he didn't seem that odd. But I spoke to another aunt by marriage who said that the murder suspect's father, Michael, came from a fairly big family that she said lived very close to the edge. They didn't pay a lot of attention to rules. They were a little bit wild. A couple of the uncles of the murder suspect, she said, served time in jail, but for minor, very minor offenses like gambling or things like that. But I got this sense from both these aunts that the family was pretty odd. And the father's family originally comes from Brooklyn. They later all migrated out to Vegas. And Brian's father, Michael, is the one that was kind of estranged from the rest of his siblings. And I also heard that he could be kind of difficult with his siblings. And I'm talking now again about the murder suspect's father.
Were they surprised? I mean, these anecdotes are remarkable, but what about their affectation? Were they shocked, dismayed, upset, not surprised? Like, how do they feel about the fact that the person the entire country has been looking for ended up being their family member? Like, how surprised were they about this news that he's the suspect?
Not as surprised as you would think. The one aunt, the one that saw him a few years ago and not talked about his food fetish, said she just heard about it. But she was incredibly calm. She is no longer married to the brother, so perhaps the fact that they're not specifically legally in the family anymore gives them some detachment. The other aunt, I'm the one that broke the news to her, and she was completely matter of fact and calm about the whole thing. They didn't want their names used, which is understandable. But no, I mean, I think if it were anyone I'd known, even if it wasn't a relative, I'd be shocked to my core. They did not seem to be that way to me.
Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
Okay, can y'all hear me? No. Okay, y'all still can't hear me? Okay. All right, I'm just switching because I have several different emails with like short clips in each one of them. So I'm just going in order that the emails were sent to me and playing all of these short clips of different things that came out about this guy today. So in between videos, it may take me a second to get to the next one. All right, and this one here is from Shannon Gray, which is Kaylee's parents' attorney. All right.
Presents the Gonsalves family. Shannon, you and I spoke earlier today. This has been just an excruciatingly painful day for your clients. I can only imagine. Can you tell me how much they knew prior to this morning's arrest about what was going to happen?
Well, we were contacted last night by Moscow PD, so they gave us a phone call and then they gave us some more details this morning. So we knew before everyone else did. So they did a good job of contacting the family.
Well, that is actually quite remarkable, right? Given the fact that they were going to execute that arrest warrant early in the morning. And so, did they get effectively the play-by-play as it was happening, as they caught the suspect, brought him in, cuffed him, put him into the cruiser, and processed him back at the station in Pennsylvania?
No, it was, the information we received is that they had found someone in Pennsylvania that they had arrested and had a suspect in custody. Didn't give us really any more information than that. Immediately contacted the family and spoke with them. Obviously, relieved to a certain degree and hopefully and optimistic that this is the right person and they're going to, it's a whole nother process now, starting the criminal justice process now that they have someone in custody. So.
Arguably, as you know, being a litigator for a long time and having worked in murders as well, this is the most painful part of the process because it's lengthy and it's detailed and it is uncomfortable. And oftentimes the information is not something that, anyone ever imagines they'll have to actually look at or assess on their own children. Is there anything that the family can think of
that would be a connection, a nexus between this suspect and these 4 kids. And you and I talked about the fact that they didn't think that Kaylee had any connection. But what about Maddie, Ethan, Xana? Any thought about the connections here?
Well, like everyone else, we just found out this morning. So I think that's part of the Moscow Police Department, giving the press conference today, asking for more information about this Koberger kid or guy, and wanting more information about him. I think it's probably trying to help them out form these connections. If there are connections, or if it's random, or whatever it is, the idea that he was a Washington State University student and lived less than 10 miles away. The idea that there might be a connection with one of the 4 victims in the case is probable, at least in passing, somehow. So.
Okay, the other question I have is Kaylee's sister, Olivia. Did she have any knowledge of this person, or knowledge of someone who might know this person?
Well, I think everybody's trying to track down what those connections might be. I don't know if anybody's confirmed what those connections might be, as far as whether he, ordered from the restaurants that they worked at, or he was at a party. I mean, who knows? I think those are all things that the police are probably going to try to track down within the next several weeks. And the Moscow, the town itself will try to track it down. And now that they have a face and they have a name, it's much easier to make those connections and try to make those connections with the victims in the case.
So another question I have is about the technology, because this is so, so helpful in this day and age to be able to use someone's phone, to go into their contacts, to go into their text messages, their Snapchat, their Instagram. Is there anything at all? Are they doing this at this point? Can they get access to all of Kaylee's information to try to do this kind of digital forensic connection investigation?
I'm assuming that they do. They have the electronics. They have all of Kaylee's electronics. At least they've said that they do. And so I'm sure that that's something that they'll go through. They'll probably go through Ethan's and Kaylee's and Maddie's and Xana's, all of their contacts and all of their social media and posts and things like that, and find if there's any connection with this guy in any way, and then try to work their way back. So that's part of the investigation, I think, right now. So.
And of course, we know other cases where it is oftentimes the case they just have no connection at all. Shannon, please, if you would, pass on our condolences and our thoughts to the Gonzalez family and the other families as well, if you have the opportunity. This is justice is coming, but it is a very painful stage, and we're very appreciative of your time tonight. Thank you. Thank you for watching.
Okay. And I did see where Ethan's mom had posted, and I don't think I got a screenshot of that either. Where she had posted that they got a phone call last night about that this was, they had found the person or whatever it is that they told all of the families, but she did say that they got one as well. Hold on, y'all, I gotta write something down real quick. Okay. All right, let me get to my next one. She got him before the year was over. Yeah, that is true. The post office prints. And so he can spend his New Year's in jail. Okay, that we don't listen to. This one we don't listen to. I'm just. Okay. Let me see what this is. All right. So this is one we haven't seen. Joe, I believe he did. Like a few days after the murders was his birthday, and then they said that like earlier this month he finished up his first semester. I mean, he went on with his life like nothing, you know, was any different, and he just like life goes on. All right, let's get this one now. And this one's just talking about is there additional suspects?
Fox News alert, a suspect arrested in the brutal killing of four college students in Idaho, but police not rolling out their other suspects. Watch.
Is our community safe, or is law enforcement still on the search for other suspects who might be involved in this attack?
What I can tell you is we have an individual in custody who committed these horrible crimes, and I do believe our community is safe, but we still need to be vigilant, right? We still have talked about this in the past. We always need to be aware of our surroundings and make sure that we're aware of what's going on.
So, Jimmy, you know, they're not ruling it out. The suspect allegedly said when he was getting arrested that there may be that you catch someone else as well. What do you make of this news?
Well, I certainly wouldn't feel any safer if I was in that community based on the answer he just gave, because it did sound a little bit evasive. But there's two things to keep in mind here. One is obviously the probable cause affidavit, that they can't speak to the specifics of the investigation. The other is we have to be mindful of the fact that when they are communicating with the public, they're doing so with, if in fact there is another suspect, the idea that they could be consuming this information in mind, which I think was part of the maddening experience we had with the Moscow, Idaho messaging from time to time during the case. Is a lot of people were criticizing it as inconsistent. But again, we must be mindful that sometimes they're facing forward towards the public with an eye on a potential suspect consuming the information. That being said, that answer was not a no. You know, the only thing I took away, because I don't have the criminal justice background of the judge or anybody on here, but the point is, my horse sense told me when this suspect said to police, "Did you catch another guy?" If you know how much time he spent investigating these types of crimes, both as a major and a weirdo on Reddit, this does speak to maybe an evasive maneuver by him to throw them off the scent and potentially contaminate an investigation.
Katie, does it concern you that there, and these play out all the time behind the scenes, but there were some inconsistencies between the police department and the prosecutor, who's the chief law enforcement officer of the town? He's trying to build a case, what he can prove in court, whereas the investigators are just grabbing evidence as it goes.
Well, when I first heard what the charges were today, 4 counts of first-degree murder, I automatically went to, well, they must have a lot of evidence that they believe they can get him on 4 counts of first-degree murder. There must be a lot of DNA evidence. There must be evidence of premeditation. Jimmy brings up the Reddit post. There's been talk about whether this creep was following these students on social media, following Kaylee on social media, targeting her, stalking her, and how much effort he really put into finding a target. There was some talk about him asking those kinds of questions in his criminal justice classes about criminal behavior and how they target victims. We're going to find a lot of that out. It's going to take a couple more weeks. The hearing for him in Pennsylvania is on Tuesday, and then he has to decide whether he wants to be extradited. He wants to stay in Pennsylvania. Then they have to issue an extradition request for Idaho. Idaho can't release the affidavit until he gets to his preliminary hearing, so that can't be released to the public. And as you said, the prosecutor and the police today during the press conference continued to say, while we have a suspect in custody and the charges have been filed, the investigation is ongoing, and they said it's just the beginning, and they still want those thousands of tips to come in if people knew something, heard something, so they can continue to build their case, as Judge Janine was saying, up until the very moment of prosecution in the courtroom.
So, Joe, let's talk about that investigation, because it's going to be critical. A lot of the information wasn't released before, still not released now because they want to protect the integrity of the investigation. But now we have a face of the person that did this, people who interacted with him over the weeks and the days leading up to this crime, this horrific crime. Do you think that's going to be critical in this investigation?
Oh, it must. But you see what we're seeing here from the police. They are being very, very close to the vest here in terms of what they have and what may still be out there. I'm with you, Jimmy. If my kid was at the University of Idaho and lived off campus, I wouldn't have 100% confidence that they're completely safe right now because it would have just been an outright denial that there may be another suspect. So he's either playing this suspect here is playing 3D chess by saying, "Oh, did you arrest anybody else?" Or maybe there was an accomplice here. We'll see. But that Reddit post is very, very telling, Lawrence, where he was actually putting out a survey on victim selection. That is damning.
Yeah. This is a guy that thought he was above the law, that he can outsmart the cops because he studied criminals for a living.
Yeah.
Kennedy, we'll get you on the other side.
I will take it.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click.
Okay. Let's see. Let me get back over here. Let's see. The father must apologize for giving that horrible look at Jack T. All right. So I do have another. I want to pull this up real quick while they were talking about this. Let me grab it here. When they was talking about the questions and stuff that he, the Reddit post, I have a couple of questions that he actually asked. And I'm gonna pull the post back up real quick. Let's see, that's not it. Give me a second. I gotta get the questions. There was 3 questions that I've got screenshots that this guy had asked on his survey. All right, so this one says, before making your move, how did you approach the victim or the target? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling. Mucho Taco, how are you? So I'm wondering if he put this project together. Um, was he trying to plan the perfect crime with all of these people's different opinions? Or was he looking for the perfect accomplice? Hey there, Krista, how are you? Because it seems like he was wanting, people's deep thoughts and opinions on how they felt when they were doing it, before they did it, whenever they were getting ready to do it. It's he wanted very detailed stuff. All right, that's not it. Okay. So this one says, did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail what you were thinking and feeling at this point. Let's see, why the robbery charge? They got the robbery charge because I forgot exactly how the chief explained it earlier, but it was because he went into the house. So it's just like like I said, wanting detailed information from these people. So it could go either way. Either he was looking for the perfect accomplice or he was looking for the perfect crime. Uh, and he just needed all these other people. Maybe he thought he had the perfect crime planned out, but he needed other people who had also committed crimes just to get their information or their opinion to see if what he had planned out would actually work. And yes, it wasn't a robbery charge. They got him with felony burglary. That's what they got him with. Okay, and then this is the other one. How did you travel to and enter the location that the crime occurred? I mean, it's just I've seen, I understand in different um, degrees in college. Like this guy was studying criminology, and he did criminal justice as well. And I get that, you want to do different projects or um, you want to get information from people who have, in this case, who have done crimes and stuff like that. I completely get that, but when it turns out the person who is asking the questions and is the one putting together the project and asking for people to come in and do the survey for him, that person turns out to be a murderer, it makes these questions a little bit more suspicious. Let's see, I think he thinks he can outsmart Ellie, and he said that hoping to throw them off. Could have been. But then when he's arrested, he asked if anyone else had been arrested. It seems like that may be like a dead giveaway that he wasn't alone or someone else knows about it. Maybe they didn't do the crime, maybe they were just with him, and he's thinking, well, maybe they turned on him. Maybe he threw that question out there to see if anybody else had been arrested or not. If they say no, then he can say, okay, well, hey, I'll give you all the information, but we got to do a plea deal. Because I'm pretty sure he knows that they're going to go for the death penalty. I mean, he literally went in and brutally murdered 4 kids. Right. I think it was a bargain play. Because if they would have said, well, no, like, why would you ask that? Is there any other body, is there other people involved in it? Then can be like, yeah, I can tell you everything. I'll tell you who was involved, what their role in it was and everything, but there's got to be a plea deal. All right, let me go back through because I did have his. Oh shit, I did not want to zoom in on him. Damn. All right, I did have this also that I'm going to pull up real quick. And this I'm going to have to zoom in so everybody can read it because I can't even read it on my screen. Give me just a second. Let me. Okay. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to make it big enough where I can still see my chat. I never said you arrested anyone else. Occasionally. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right. And I think I may have a TikTok video from this dude too sitting in my inbox. All right, so this is for him. It just shows, and I can't get it any zoomed in any more than this. Hey, Stone Gator, how are you? All right, so this is from his docket. It was the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus Brian Christopher Koberger. You can see it up here at the top, extradition. And it's very blurry, I guess because I zoomed it in so much. But it is today. His arrest date was 12/30/2022. And it just says that his status information, he's awaiting extradition. All right, let me zoom in because there was a couple of different places on here I wanted to point out. He does have a court date scheduled for January the 3rd at 3:30 p.m. I doubt that they would. Robin is here. How are you? I don't think they will live stream that, but then again, they might. So we need to be on the lookout for that because if they do live stream it, I will be watching it. All right, so let's see his confinement. He was confined at the county correctional facility, Monroe, and then his destination location was going to be the Monroe County Prison. Brian Inton did post today that he is also on an Alive watch. This will take a long time to get trial. I know. I know, Stonegater. I think the only way that it's gonna go quick is if he goes in and he confesses to everything. If there's anybody else that was involved, he, like, literally just goes in and lays it all out on the table. I think that may be the only way, but then you got I think and if that's the case, his trial would be separate from anyone else's. Okay, Kurt said, "I think he had an obsession about crime and a lot of psychotic behavior. It's almost a roadmap of his actions and trying to get validation for it. Really sick." Yes. James, hopefully he doesn't do that. We don't want him doing that, y'all. We really don't. Because if he does that, he gets the easy way out. These 4 kids lost their life, and these parents have been through pure hell since this, not knowing who did this or why. He needs to go to court. He needs to stand in front of those families, and his ass needs to go to prison, and he needs to be sent to prison for death. He needs the death penalty, but he does not need to unalive himself. Right. He's gonna go to I get what you're saying there, Sandra, but him unaliving himself is just that I mean, we already know he's a coward, but that would be taking something away from the parents. He's already taken their kids away from them. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's undid that for no reason. If he unalived himself, taking that trial away from him and convicting him and sending him to prison for the rest of his life, like, y'all get what I'm saying. I'm trying to watch what I say, but no, he doesn't need to unalive himself. Right, they need the guilty verdict. That's what they need. It's not oh, shit, I didn't mean to do that. It's not gonna bring their kids back, by no means, but it would help them in the closure because their kids got justice for them. But for sure, the death penalty, yes. Okay, let me go down. Alright, so he was born his birthday was November the 21st of '94. 8 days after he killed these kids. He went and celebrated his birthday. He went and celebrated Thanksgiving, uh, finished up his semester at school. Like I said earlier, he literally just went on about his life like nothing had ever happened. Goes back home for Christmas. This is ridiculous. Let's see, update. It's a Utah number. He's about to call it. All right. So he was denied bail, which that's no surprise. Let's see. This is the second page right here, page 2. There's really not a whole lot of information on here. It was just some of his court papers that had came out. Not like Epstein, they will watch him like a hawk. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Wait, did someone ask while I was saying something? Oh, Jason, no, on YouTube we have to say unalived. We can't say the other. YouTube don't like the other word. See, don't you think his parents were suspicious of him? I mean, his parents had to have heard about the murders. Hey, Prosper Gang, how are you? Wait, let's see. Just got off the phone with FBI. SoundCloud account has comment from 3 months ago when your Ethan response to Song Bones ethanol. Oh, wow. Hey, Loaded Hot, how are you? But anyway, I mean, like I was saying, like, his family had to have heard about the murders. I mean, this is the thing that's worldwide. Everybody's heard from it. Um, okay, so the Elantra was registered in his dad's name. Okay. And that they heard, if they heard about the case, they had to have heard about the white car. So I wonder if they were suspicious of him, especially with him living out just, what, 15 minutes from Moscow. He has a white car that they're looking for. I wonder if his parents thought anything. All right, so let's see. Let me go down. Really, there's nothing else on this. Just order denying the motion to set bail. So they did deny his bail. Their order is granting extradition. So they're doing that. And then original papers received from lower court. I believe is what that says. That's pretty much it. So, and that he is on a live watch. All right. I got to go. Let's back up. I showed you other questions. Let me just go through this real quick and make sure I've got everything off the screenshot so I can exit completely out of it. Let's see. Let me see what this is. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and get through the screenshot, y'all, because I've got a bunch of stuff on my email that I need to get to, and this is just taking up space. Let's see. Well, yeah, Honda Civic, that could be. But I mean, his sister, he has an older sister that's 34 or 36. I can't remember. I got it wrote down somewhere over here. Um, it seems like, maybe she would have been. How old was his sister? I mean, surely though, someone in their family would have heard about this. Okay, so his sister's 34. Millennials, I saw a video of that. I I don't know whose YouTube channel it was. That's why I haven't played it. But it does show that there's a guy that walks up to where on the end of the food truck where you order your food, and he sees the camera and he just kind of like sits there and stares at it for a few seconds. He has a hoodie on. I can't tell if it's him or not. Because all you can see is just his face. It looks like he's got a hoodie on and maybe a beanie under the hood of his hoodie. Um, so you can't literally all you can see is the eyes, the nose, mouth, all that. You cannot tell if it's him or not. All right, so this one just says that so criminology student Brian Koberger at WSU is arrested as a suspect in the Idaho student murders. He posted this research project on several subreddits before the murders. All right, and then which is the thing that I read today. There may be some in here that hasn't seen it, so I'll read it real quick. Oh, Lord, yeah, he's probably around them kids a good bit. All right, so it says research participation needed, and these were the questions that I was just reading a few minutes ago, where he was wanting details about how people felt when they did crimes and stuff like that. Those questions were off of this survey thing that he's talking about. So he says, "Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm inviting you to participate in a research project that seeks to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision making when committing a crime. In particular, this study seeks to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense, with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. In the event that your most recent offense was not one that led to a conviction, you may still participate. Additional surveys are included after the open ended section as the best understand your unique traits." The study should take about 15 to 20 minutes to fully complete. Your identity and all answers provided are completely confidential, and the link to the survey is also an anonymous link. And you probably want to keep all their stuff confidential. So if it was a thing where he wanted to bring one of them in as a co-conspirator, their information wouldn't be gotten out there. This research has been approved by the DeSales University IRB. Participants must be 18 years of age or older, and if you opt to participate, you may terminate participation at any time and for any reason. If you have any questions about the research, you may contact the research team via email. Student investigator Brian Koberger at, and then it's got his email address. All right. And then, like I said, that was where the questions came into play that he was asking about. Okay, and Robin says, does he know the students? I don't know, Robin, how well he knows the students, but on Instagram, he did follow Maddie and he did follow Kaylee. Hey, Ashes, how are you? All right, let me get through. God, there's this picture of this dude. All right, so I need to go this way. Make sure I've got everything. All right, and then these are just he has several IG accounts. Hey, Jason, how are you? And yeah, Jason, they finally got him. Okay, Winona County followed all 3 girls. Okay. Uh, let's see, I wonder if I found their address. Yeah, there's one that has him in the, oh, whatever. Ah, shit, I can't think of the thing he's got in his mugshot that he's wearing. They've got a picture of him on here. They've all been set to private though, so I can't see who. See, this is the one that. Oh shit! Hold on, y'all. This is the one that's fake right here. You can tell he's got. That's literally his mugshot. Okay, is he related to Hunter's girlfriend Emily? Was a question on another site. I've got his family tree. I'd have to go back and look and see if there's anybody in his family tree with the same last name as Emily. Okay. Thank you, Werewolf Queen. She says, adding to the flower fund for Ethan and Xana. Thank you, honey. And we did get confirmation that the flowers were delivered today. So I just want to let everyone know about that as well. So they were delivered to the memorial. All right, get that off the screen. Get this moved back over here. So yeah, this is going to be the one that's fake. I gotta remember which way I went. Okay. This. All right, I gotta remember which one of these are the first page and which one's the second. Okay, I think this is the first one. No, Ashes, they didn't show it. She's saying no. Jason, Happy New Year to you as well. All right, so I'm gonna read this real quick. This is from NBC New York. It says a man in his 20s has been arrested in Pennsylvania in connection with the stabbing death of 4 University of Idaho students whose bodies were found in a rental home near campus last month. Multiple law enforcement sources with direct knowledge of the investigation said Friday. It marks the first major break in a case that has both captivated and mystified the globe. That's what I'm saying. So I'm wondering if his parents or his family, like, if they just don't listen to news or anything and just didn't hear about the case. Because, I mean, your son is at college 15 minutes down the road from where 4 murders happened, driving the same kind of car that police are looking for. All right. So it says Pennsylvania State Police, with the assistance of the FBI, apprehended him in the Scranton area Friday morning, the sources said. 2 law enforcement sources identified him as Brian Koberger. Few details have been released publicly in the gruesome November 13th slaying of 21-year-olds Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonzalez and 20-year-olds Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. The 4 friends, members of the university's Greek system, were discovered across the street from campus, leaving the small town of Moscow, Idaho, deeply shaken. All right, let me see if this is the same. Hold on, y'all. This is a different one here. This one says the SWAT team entered the location where he was staying in order to take him into custody Friday. Koberger appeared before a judge Friday morning. Moscow police officers, members of the Idaho State Police, Moscow city leaders, and University of Idaho officials will hold a news conference at 1 o'clock, which we watched earlier. Son, how's your college going to criminal? Good, Mom. I just murdered 4 people. Yeah, I just think that, and for those that wasn't in the live earlier today, I did show this. These are the flowers that was ordered for Kaylee and Maddie. Okay, the guy's in shape. He runs 6 miles at a time when running for exercise, so he's more than capable. And Geo, this Brian Koberger dude runs 6 miles a day? That's you. Okay, maybe at least be surprised if he has done someone before. I honestly, I'm not saying that he has anything to do with those other 2 murders, the one in Washington and the one in Oregon, but I'm gonna be honest with y'all, I really think that it would be a good thing if law enforcement just checked into it and just made sure, because those cases haven't been solved. So I don't think it would hurt if they looked into it. Thank you, shells. I thought they were really pretty, and I was trying to find, like, something with a sunflower for Kaylee, and I couldn't really find anything. Um, so these were the 2 that I picked out for them. Wonder if his DNA was from blood. Could they test from drugs in his system? I don't, Vapor, I don't know how that works. But I do have a clip, and I think it's the same one that I played last night, but I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Where the lady was talking about how they do the DNA. Did I get your email? Kelly, let me hold on, honey. Let me go look because I've got probably 200 emails total today. So give me just 1 second and let me look, okay? Uh, hmm. Kelly, when did you send it? Because I don't see any recent ones from you. Okay, and I think absolutely the killer could have done those other murders all part of his study. Today is the day, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Um, yeah, Kelly, you may have to resend it to me, honey, because I don't see him on here. But yeah, he may not have done them, and I'm not saying that he did, but with those 2 cases being so similar to this one, and those 2 cases haven't been solved, and you have a survivor, out of the one in Oregon, and I know that that lady is scared out of her mind every day because this case hasn't been solved. I don't think that it would hurt if they looked into it just to rule him out. It wasn't that part of the country they were in. Okay, so he wasn't in this. Oh, so he wasn't on the West Coast when they occurred, is what you're saying, Vapor? Well, yeah, that could be true because he graduated. What year did he graduate from the community college? Didn't he graduate in like 2018 from the community college? And then again this past June? And I've got the name of the college too. I just gotta find it in all these. Let's see. All right, so he went to Washington State. I know I wrote the other college. Oh, Northampton Community College in Bethlehem. He graduated in 2018. And I believe it said that he also graduated. Okay, bachelor's in May. Okay, it was either May or June of this year he graduated also. No, it was a different college in 20. Wait. I'll have to go back and look, y'all. My notes are like all over the place right now. Greg, thank you so much for the super chat. And he says for flowers and pins, thank you. That is very sweet of you. Because I know he went, okay, so Northampton Community College, and he went to DeSales University, which is the one that he did the survey thing where he was asking the crazy questions about committing crimes. And then he went to WSU. I know he just graduated this past May or June because there was actually someone had his graduation um video where he walked the stage and got his diploma just this year. He went to Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Okay. All right, it's in Bullhorn video on there. Also for cleaning. Shoot, an affidavit for Brian. Okay, Kelly, I'll have to go back through my emails and see if I'm just overlooking it. All right, let me get back into my email. One second, y'all. Can't wait to read this. Yeah, I know, James, but the thing is, though, we're not going to get it until he gets back to Idaho. So we have to wait, which I hope his extradition isn't going to be, hope it's not going to be long. All right, where, I got to find the, oh, TikTok, here we go. He was, hold on, his charges, he has 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of felony burglary. All right, and y'all give me 1 second. Okay, I gotta check my email again, y'all. And oh, Shells, thank you so much for the flower fund. Thank you, honey. I appreciate that. All right. So I've got a TikTok video here, but I need to go look at another email real quick because they're saying that oh, Crime Crazy. Yes, I just got your email. I know. Let's see. Pixel phone. Okay, so they're saying that let me pull this up here. There is a reflection in the TikTok video that I'm about to play. And they were thinking that it was the guy that they just arrested. So I'm going to play the TikTok video first, and then I will pull up this picture and let y'all decide if it's him or not. Deetra, how are you? All right. And if anybody has come in that I have not spoken to, I do apologize. Thank you so much for coming and joining us tonight. All right. So let me grab the TikTok video. I have not watched this. It's like 5 minutes long. All right. It was literally just sent to me a few minutes ago. All right, and I'm gonna play it, and then I gotta jump up and go check on something real quick, so I'm gonna mute out.
Hey there, to those of you interested in hearing this report, I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true. At least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. They believe that the man possibly grabbed her and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her. And the reason the wounds were of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file where I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told that there are parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The two victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there is there's a lot of blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the screen was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other two roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime. And I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thanks a lot. Hey there.
Okay, now I'm gonna let me grab the screenshot real quick to pull it up. Give me just a second. I have to keep moving shit around on my screen. Okay. So the reflection, let me get this down too, because that's in my way. You can see the reflection of the guy who was doing the TikTok video. And everybody's saying that the guy who did the TikTok video is the guy that was arrested. And they caught his reflection in the screen. And they're comparing this would be his right side to the right side of his mugshot. And they're trying to say that it's the same guy. So by looking at these two side by sides, the guy on the left would be the guy who did the TikTok video. The guy on the right is the one who was arrested, and this is his mugshot. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that it could be the same person, or 2 if you don't think it is, or 3 if you just don't know. Sandra, I don't know. I haven't fully gotten the hang of the whole TikTok thing. All right, so mostly it's either no or not sure. I think there might have been 1 or 2 that was saying that it's him. I don't know. I can't really tell. It doesn't really look like it's him to me. I mean, I wish that we could just I wish it would be easy and just hand us 2 completely, totally normal, perfect pictures, and then we can decide if they're the same person. It's all not bad. I need my bulldog videos. Yeah, there is a lot of funny TikTok videos. I just haven't got the hang of it yet. If I did, I would do more for the channel, but okay, top part on left is same as guy on right. Okay. And plus the reflection screenshot, it's kind of hard to tell like the jawline and all that compared to the guy in his mugshot. And I don't know if it would be easy to do like an overlay of that to see if they were the same person. And Sifa is currently busy. So I may get Sifa later on when he's not busy to see if he can do an overlay of it. Okay, Crime Crazy says she doesn't think that it's Brian. Wait, Little Baby says no. Guy on TikTok has a mustache. I did notice that. It does look like he does have a mustache. The top of the ears are clearly going in different directions. The one back here, the reflection, it kind of looks like his ears are a little bit more pointed, but you can see the fold on the back part of the ear. If y'all get what I'm talking about right here. Like you can see the whole back part of his ear, like the edge of it, where mugshot dude, you can't see his whole entire back part of his ear. Sifa, I was gonna say whenever you're not busy, because I know you just told me what you were doing, and that's important also. So I was gonna see if there was a way you can do an overlay with this guy that's in this reflection picture to the guy in his mugshot. Good. I'm behind. I'm chatting like I'm on live with you folks. Casey, that's perfectly fine. But James, you get what I'm saying though? Like reflection dude, you can see his whole entire edge of his ear. Where this dude here, you can't. Like it gets cut off by the inner part of his ear. It's like really hard to explain, but it looks more like brown laundry. Yeah. Let me see if I can zoom in because it does look like he's got a mustache right there. Like I said, it's a shame that they just for once can't give us two perfectly good pictures. Yeah. Well, at least we know what reflection guy looks like. Let's see any other. Why be so nosy? I don't know because this is the first time I got to see this video. But if y'all can give me 1 second, let me grab the name on the TikTok. I gotta go back and find the. Let me grab the name real quick and I'll go back and see. Okay, where is it at? Anything else on his? Uh, I think this is Harry Styles. Hold on. He's what looks like a bunch of Harry Styles videos. Let me pull it up though so y'all can see it. Okay. Yeah, he must have went to a Harry Styles concert. The last video that he did though is the one of the murders. Okay. Okay, thank you, Sifa. All right, so see, that's all it is. It's just different. IML, you have a good night and Happy New Year. I changed my mind. It's definitely him. Okay, so y'all think that this is the same guy just because he has Harry Styles on his TikTok? I mean, he's got, and then, and I was scrolling down. Oh God, I almost sent you the, wait, what, which must not be, oh yeah, see if I don't send that. Um, he's got some creepy shit on his stuff, y'all. So, a creepy ass doll. So, oh hell no, that creepy. No, no, that damn. Hold on. Did y'all see the doll? And he's got, this is some type of, I guess, museum or something like that, where he's went in. So, yeah, I mean, I'll play the doll. I don't do creepy dolls. And this thing ain't got no eyes in its head either. Oh, really, Sifa? Okay, yeah, I'm not, I can't do creepy dolls. Sorry. Hey, Shane, how are you? Yes, it's an awesome day for the 4 families. I mean, at least they were able to get, um, some type of good news. Let's see, no straight man. Alright. Now, so that's all that was on the person's TikTok account. Hold on, let me look at this. Sifa, is this an overlay, the one that you sent me? Okay, what is this? News clip from 15 minutes ago. I think this is the one I played. No, this ain't the one I played. Yes, it's an exact match. Okay. Okay, thank you, Sifa. And more, that's why I don't do creepy dolls. That's just, nope. Too much bad juju there. Supposedly someone he knows lives in on Walenta. Wait, didn't he say that he had a family member that lived at the house where the murders happened? Didn't I hear that right? Will I be so nosy you want me to play the TikTok video again? No, Lori, his sister doesn't. She doesn't live there. Okay, wait, let's see. Let me see what. Why be so nosy? Which video did you want me to play again for you? Address it. Yeah, there is no record at all of the sister ever living in Moscow. She's never lived even in Idaho. All right, let me go. Hold on, I'm gonna pull the TikTok back up for y'all. Give me just 1 second. I guess I exit off my email by accident. Hey, Annette Crow, how are you? Okay, in the guy's TikTok, wait, where is it at? TikTok, right here. I'm gonna get it pulled back up for y'all. Yeah, there's no record at all of his sister ever living in Moscow or much less Idaho. And he is not kin to Kaylee Gonzalez. Some people were saying that he was kin to her by marriage, and he's not. Wait, why is it playing? Hold on,
Of
it's not supposed
someone
to be playing
inside
right
the
now. That's what I don't like about TikTok. As soon as you back the video up, then it starts playing again. Hey, the Simpsons Jewelry Channel, how are you? Well, thank you for subbing up and giving a thumbs up, honey. We're happy that you're here with us. Yes, Crime Crazy actually spent all day today, y'all, doing Brian's family tree. I can't tell you how many generations she went back, but she went way back. She did, there was background reports done on the sister and the dad, and there is no record, absolutely none of her living anywhere in um, Idaho. Okay, I did not, as no reward was offered. Honestly, I don't think it's him at the food truck either. I was sent like a video clip of it, and all you can see is the guy walks up to the food truck, notices the camera is there, stops and stares at the camera for a few seconds, but all you can see is like just the front part of his face, and that's it. He's got a beanie on with a hoodie on over it, and you can't see anything else. And then there's some other people that's with him. Okay. All right. So let me play this again real quick, y'all.
I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into
Okay. So I heard that wrong a minute ago. I thought he said that he was a relative to someone inside the house, but he said he is a relative to someone inside the investigation.
I just want to let you know that I'm a relative of someone inside the investigation into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen to sleep in the same bed. One of the victim's wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. They believe that the man possibly grabbed her and she screamed loudly, apparently. The man then harmed her. And the reason the wounds were of such force, he was doing it He was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning. Yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file where I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told that there are parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The 2 victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there's a lot of blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the scream was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the scream may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That scream could have been what saved the other 2 roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime. And I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thank you.
All right. 9mm, yes, I believe he is. From the fake scream that was created or tried to create from the person who tried to create the fake evidence, yes. Can you provide a link to Crime Crazy video? What Crime Crazy video writer dust are you talking about? Let's see. Someone asked when this video was posted. Let me see if I can find a date on it. Give me just a second. Oh, dear Jesus, I don't want to hear it again. I just need to know when it was posted. It says it was posted 12/14. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I gotta fix my stuff on screen now. Yes, JOSCO 1972. Here, I'll put it in chat real quick. I wrote it down. 1972. Okay, do you think that was Brian in the gas station footage? In the car, Shameby, that you're talking about? Is that the one you're talking about? Um, I don't know. It's a possibility. It could be. I mean, they did say that they found the white Elantra. and it's actually registered in his dad's name. Arrested when that means that he wasn't following the case very closely. Andy, it could, I mean, he could have asked if, let's just say, hypothetically, someone else was involved with him. Um, he can be following the case like we are, and they could have went in and arrested the other people first, so they couldn't, like, they wouldn't know about it. You get what I'm saying? Or arrested them around the same time because there was 2 other people that was arrested. Let me hold on. I got their times wrote down. At 2:44 a.m. and 2:52 a.m. He was arrested around 3 a.m. So they could have hit them all at 3 at the same time and he wouldn't have known it, or they could have been, uh, just a few hours earlier and he wouldn't have, more than likely wouldn't have known if they'd have been arrested or not, especially if they didn't let it out that anybody had been arrested. Okay, wait, what crime crazy video was they talking about? Hold on. Scott Ash, thank you so much for joining us. Okay, I don't have a channel. I'm a researcher. Okay. I want to make sure because I don't know what video they're talking about, unless it was another one that they had seen somewhere. Uh, here, call the number back. It's definitely not the killer. Okay, thank you, Shane. Oh, that could be it. White Widow Baby. They could be getting. They could be getting Miss Daisy mixed up with Crime Crazy. All right. Let's see. I don't think that killer posted anything, but I think it's a highly possibility he filmed the crime. Mm. I would hope not, honestly. I mean, yeah, if he did film it and they were able to find it, it would give them everything they needed for a conviction in a death penalty case. Yeah, that was Milo, y'all. But also that's horrible. And if there is a video of it, I'm sure it would have to be played in court. And just think the families are gonna be in court. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta keep these families in our prayers because, yeah, we got the arrest, but now court comes up and they've got to sit there and they've got to listen to everything. And they probably know a lot, but I'm pretty sure that there's things that they don't know, that police have just held back from telling them to make sure that it doesn't get out. And when they're sitting in court, they're going to hear it all. They're going to see pictures. So we need to keep them in our prayers, y'all. Sage. Oh, Deetra, that is horrible. My kitty jumped at my screen. Sam, I'm sorry. The cat was in the window behind the curtain. She came. I'm telling y'all, I think Milo does it on purpose. See, my pug just perked up. Kitty, want to play? Oh my gosh, hold on, y'all. Oh, Jesus. Give me 1 second, y'all. I gotta pull something else up. I'm about to get irritated here. All right, so this one is going to be from CNN. Let's make it. All right. Like I said, I do have several videos. Oh, is it Dietrich's birthday? Dietrich, happy birthday. I think that's what it is, Sama. So like I said, I do have several different videos I'm trying to get through because they each one have a little bit different information. You're welcome. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute out on this while I'm playing it.
About the 28-year-old graduate student Brian Koberger, arrested today on 4 counts of first-degree murder. And we are also learning more about how long he was in the sights of authorities. Sources tell me tonight they were tracking him when he was driving, and he drove from Idaho to his parents' home in Pennsylvania, arriving there in Pennsylvania around Christmas. But there is still much we do not know about his background, his relationship with the 4 people he is accused of murdering, if there even was a relationship, and the events that led to their deaths. CNN's Camila Bernal has more on what we know.
A call to the public. Authorities in need of any information regarding Brian Koberger.
We still ask is for people to continually send us things in the tip line.
His DNA and white Hyundai Elantra linking him to the case, according to 2 law enforcement sources briefed on the investigation. But more evidence is needed for a successful prosecution.
We are still looking for more information. We're still trying to build that picture, just like we have stated all along. We're putting all the pieces together, and that will help.
Brian Koberger. The 28-year-old graduated in May from DeSales University in Pennsylvania with a master's in criminal justice.
It's someone who has been delving into the innermost sanctums of criminal thinking, who is now accused of a particularly horrific crime.
In Reddit post, removed after the arrest was made public, a student investigator named Brian Koberger sought participation in a research project associated with the DeSales University study. It was to understand how emotions and psychological traits influence decision-making when committing a crime. The post said the study sought to understand the story behind your most recent criminal offense with an emphasis on your thoughts and feelings throughout your experience. Most recently, he was a graduate student at Washington State University's Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology.
I am not at all surprised, although really disheartened, to find out that this suspect is a PhD student in criminology at Washington State University. From the outset, we had to understand that this was an organized killer.
He was studying and living in Pullman, Washington, just a few miles from the crime scene. Police searched his university residence Friday morning.
This is a smart guy who's obsessed with crime.
He was arrested early Friday morning, giving law enforcement a clear focus for their investigation.
This is not an ending, but rather a new beginning.
Camila Bernal joins us now. So Camila, Washington State University also released a statement tonight. What did they say?
Well, Pam, the chancellor of the university saying they are shaken, that the entire region is shaken by this crime, saying they will long feel the loss for these students, and added that she hopes this will be the beginning of a healing process. Now, in terms of the investigation, the university confirming that they helped, in terms of the university police, execute the search warrant. There were 2 of them, one to his apartment, the other to his office. They were both on campus, so the university saying that they will continue to assist law enforcement in any way possible. And then finally, Pam, confirming that just this month, the suspect finished his first semester. He was a PhD student in the criminal justice program. And again, he finished that semester just this month, Pam.
Camila Bernal, thank you so much. So interesting. I'm joined now by Mary Ellen O'Toole, a retired FBI special agent and profiler who has worked on many high-profile investigations, including those involving Elizabeth Smart and Natalie Holloway. Mary Ellen, as we reported, the suspect in custody has a master's degree in criminal justice. You just heard there from Camille, he finished a semester. He was studying for his PhD. I wonder, is it unusual for someone accused of a crime like this to have an educational background in criminality? What do you make of that?
Well, it's an interesting question, but it's not unheard of. So we had Ted Bundy, who had a background in psychology. His degree, bachelor's degree, was psychology. We had BTK, bind, torture, kill, serial murder. His background, his academic background, was in also in criminology. So that's not unusual that they will go to college and they may even do well and study in an area that they find of interest. The Unabomber was a PhD in mathematics. So we don't want to make too much of it until we learn more information about this individual and how he was using his academic training, academic knowledge, and was he using that to help plan these cases, these crimes. So I think there's a lot that we have to know before we can really understand where this knowledge, where this academic expertise comes into play.
Right. And again, he is still the suspect, innocent until proven guilty in this country. But certainly, police believe that this is their guy. This is who they've been searching for. This is their suspect. And we also learned that a person named Brian Koberger had wanted to participate in a study at his university to, quote, understand how emotions and psychological traits that influence decision making when committing a crime, unquote. If that is the same Brian Koberger, does that tell you anything?
If it's the same person, it certainly would be very interesting because it would suggest that this suspect was really drawn to that kind of a topic, that kind of study, was interested in really trying to understand how murders are committed and what's going on in people's heads. So that would certainly give the investigators and someone like me, a profiler, more information about perhaps how well planned this crime was. What else went into the planning? How long was it in the planning? So when you're interviewing someone, you've really got to do your homework of a suspect. You have to understand more about them than what they're going to tell you. So if there is this kind of planning through academics and through research, if you know about it ahead of time, if they simply say, I just don't know, I just don't know why I did it, I just chose that house, I went in there and I did it, you're going to know based on your knowledge and your own homework that that's simply not the case.
In the other cases you mentioned, is it typical that the person is already has those tendencies, are already interested in committing a crime, had already been having, imagining it, and then they go on and study it? Or could it be that someone goes and studies it and then suddenly they're just really interested in it and then they're like, they want to put it to use?
No, it's really the former. It's an interest is there and they pursue that academic interest, but their personality is such personality is really involved someone that is in many cases very cold-blooded, very predatory in their actions without empathy for another human being. So the academics don't determine the crime. It's the academics are an addition to the interest that the offender already has in that kind of behavior.
All right, 1 second. Hey, Sniper, how are you? See, in my opinion, this perp was waiting for Ellie to kick his door in, either for me or because he thinks he can outsmart and make a mockery of the justice system. Your thoughts? I think he was super paranoid. I mean, I'm sure he was following the case. That might have been the reason why he asked if it is true about if, him asking about if anyone else had been arrested. Maybe there is somebody who was involved with him and he was just paranoid that they turned on him and maybe, trying to find out what they had told and all that. Almost like he's trying to get ahead of them. All right, let's see. I got something else I just got a screenshot of, so I gotta grab it real quick. Oh shit. Okay, here we go. Jay, look, how are you? One second, y'all. Let's see, did he drive back? Sandra, the way I understood it is he went after the murders, he went on and finished his first semester. Now I don't, because he was at Washington State University, so I don't know if he finished his first semester at the school. I'm assuming since that he had all of his stuff still in his apartment there on campus. Um, he finished it up, and then after he was finished, he went back home for the Christmas holidays. And the cops went in, they got a warrant, they went in, and they searched his apartment and his office that was, both of them were there on the WSU campus. Yeah, the Washington State University campus is only, was it 15 minutes from University of Idaho? So it's super close. Okay, you would think you would have known that they were on his ass as soon as the Elantra info was put out. I really think he wanted to and was waiting to get caught. I'm wondering though, Sniper, because somebody else had asked me this earlier. I'm wondering if his parents thought something was up with him because they have a son. They're from Pennsylvania. That's where his parents live at. Their son is off at college over at in Washington, 15 minutes from where these 4 murders happened. The cops are looking for a white Elantra, which he drives. Now, I've heard that it was a 2015 Elantra that he drives, and they were, we know, looking for either 2011 to 2013. So that might have, they might not have thought anything about it because of the year. But I'm wondering, like, did they think, did they think anything? Did they notice? Because it's been said about him just changing, like, super quickly. His friend said that he just changed over, like, the last year, and they don't know why. And, so I'm wondering if the parents, if they thought anything or if they wondered maybe, could he have something to do with this? Like, the cops are looking for the same type of car that my son's over there driving 15 minutes away from where these murders happen, and people can, you know, like, his parents very easily coulda got on social media and seen that he was following the girls. The smashed up Elantra was found in Eugene, Oregon. Okay, it had a long time since he was driving his dad's car, Lisa. Okay. Maybe the parents did tip off the police. I don't know. All right, so I'm gonna read this real quick. It says authorities identified the suspect with the help of genetic genealogy, sources say. So the suspect in the murder of the University of Idaho students was identified with the help of genetic genealogy, a source with knowledge of the case tells CNN. Unknown DNA found in Idaho during the course of the investigation was taken through a DNA public database to find potential matches for family members, the source said. Once potential family matches were found, subsequent investigative work by law enforcement led to the identification of suspect Brian Koberger, according to the source. So it was through that, no, one of them, whatever the genealogy things that they have. The guy looks creepy as fuck, and you can see he's evil from his eyes. Creepy, dead, yes. He has that lost, empty, soulless look in his eyes. Wait, Teresa, maybe he was going to school where? He went to school. He was enrolled at the Washington State University, if that's what you're talking about. Plus his sister's house, George face where. Okay, now Judy, there's no record of his sister living any time in Idaho. All right, let me see. I think that was all the screenshots I had. Same look Leilani had, yes. All right, let me go through my screenshots real quick. And with, his aunt or previous aunt saying that he was like OCD and all that, um, it that could have been the reason, he obviously he planned it. Um, uh, wait, Jason, you thought that I said the ex-boyfriend did it? No, I never said the ex-boyfriend did it. That is not true. All right, let me just check through my screenshots. I believe that was all that I had, though. Wait, hold on. Here, other. Okay, so I got a question about that, Gio, if you're still listening. If you know that he didn't say it because the police would have no reason to share it, then how do you know that the police said it, that he said it? Because I never heard the police say that. Hey, I'm an autistic person, OCD, master's in arts, and so many, so is my son. He too, I call it. I'll double take. That is awesome. But yes, there was rumors going around that his sisters lived next door to the house where the murders happened. She has never lived in Idaho. And Brian Koberger is not kin to Kaylee. Not by marriage or by blood or anything like that. All right. So I'm finished with my screenshots. Let me check my email real quick. 1 second. Okay. Crime Crazy, I got your email. I'm trying to chill right now. Okay, yeah, I've done seen that one. Let me see, I've got some others real quick. What is this one? Oh, damn, this one came out. How long is this one? All right. Oh, I don't want notifications. Wait, is there a troll in the chat? Hold on. Last memory brought from class or work or the coffee shop, a story shall emerge of his whereabouts the past 5 weeks. I'm sure there'll be people coming out saying that they've known him forever and he's a good person, and you know how people like to do that to try to get their 5 minutes of fame as well. All right. So this says what we know about the man arrested in connection with the Idaho quadruple murders. If I can get through this without this thing that keeps popping up on there, it went again. Hey, strawberries, how are you? So, more than 6 weeks after 4 college students were slain in an off campus home in Moscow, Idaho, police arrested a suspect, Brian Christopher Koberger, in connection with the murders. The 28-year-old was arrested on a fugitive from justice warrant, Pennsylvania State Police announced Friday. Police said that they were assisting the Moscow Police Department, the Idaho State Police, and the Federal Bureau of Investigations in the apprehension. A law enforcement source told CBS News Kohlberger was arrested at his parents' home in Albrightsville, Pennsylvania. Kohlberger appeared in front of a Pennsylvania judge on Friday and was remanded without bond to Monroe County Correctional Facility, where he is awaiting extradition to Idaho, police said. Kohlberger is facing charges of 4 counts of first-degree murder with felony burglary, said Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson in a Friday press conference, which was the one that we had watched earlier. So, who is Brian Kohlberger? So, Kohlberger was born November 21st, 1994. And just imagine, like I said, was it like 8 days after the murders? This dude celebrates a birthday. It's crazy. In 2018, he finished an associate's degree in psychology at Northampton Community College. He then went on to complete a bachelor's degree at DeSales University in 2020. He then did further graduate studies at the university, completing those in 2022. A representative for DeSales confirmed. The representative did not say what he studied or majored in. So this dude is like super smart, y'all. At the time of his arrest, Kohlberger was a PhD criminology student and teaching assistant at Washington State University's Pullman campus, which is only about 15-minute drive from Moscow, Idaho. Kohlberger had just finished his first semester at WSU, the school has said in a statement. Moscow Police Chief James Fry confirmed in a Friday afternoon press conference that Kohlberger lived in Washington State, and the college said that university police assisted Idaho law enforcement officials in executing a search warrant at his on-campus apartment and office on Friday. On behalf of the WSU Pullman community, I want to offer my sincere thanks to all of the law enforcement agencies that have been working tirelessly to solve this crime, said Elizabeth Chilton, Chancellor of the WSU Pullman campus and WSU Provost. The horrific act has shaken everyone in the Palouse region. Another graduate student in the Criminology and Criminal Justice Department at WSU told the AP that the news of Kohlberger's arrest was pretty out of left field. Ben Roberts said that he took several courses with Kohlberger after the two started the program together in August. Kohlberger, who was always looking for a way to fit in, Roberts told the AP. Roberts said that Kohlberger would find the most complicated way to explain something. He had to make sure that you knew. He had to make sure you knew that he knew it, Roberts added. All right, and this is just where the investigation stands. During Friday's press conference, officials were wary of sharing many details of the investigation, including those that led to Kohlberger's arrest. Fry said that the information was not being shared to preserve the integrity of the investigation and to stay in line with the Idaho law. The police chief said that some of the 19,000 tips the police received were integral to arresting Kohlberger, but declined to say when he became a suspect or what brought him into their attention. Law enforcement sources told CBS News that forensic analysis allegedly linked Kohlberger to the crime scene in Idaho. The source told CBS News that FBI agent had conducted surveillance operations on Kohlberger in Pennsylvania, tracking his movements on the days before he was taken into custody. Fry said that it was a fairly sleepless couple of days leading up to Kohlberger's arrest. I have faith in those agencies across the nation, and I have faith in our officers. I have faith in the FBI, and they did a great job, Fry said. Fry said police have not found the murder weapon. but that they had recovered a Hyundai Elantra. Investigators said several weeks ago that they were looking for the occupant or occupants of a 2011 to 2013 white Hyundai Elantra that was in the area when the students were killed. More information, including the factual basis for the charges that were filed, will be revealed when a probable cause affidavit is unsealed, which won't happen until Koberger returns to Idaho and is served with an arrest warrant there. So as soon as he is extradited back and all that legal stuff is done, then we'll get to see the probable cause. Yes, maybe. Indianapolis, now he was denied bail, so we don't have to worry about him getting out. Kohlberger is next expected to appear in court in Pennsylvania on Tuesday afternoon. Fry also declined to say if there was any possible connection between the victims and Kohlberger and did not share a motive for the killings. Melanie, how are you? These murders have shaken our community and no arrests will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process, Fry said. So, like I said, let's just keep the families in our prayers. You know, they've still got a long road. I mean, there's no telling. Just because he's been arrested it doesn't mean that it's gonna get to a trial quickly. You know, whoever his defense attorney is gonna be, they've gotta look into stuff and they've gotta try to prove that he's innocent. You know, while the prosecution side of it's gotta prove that he's not innocent and that he did this. I know, Sandra, it's crazy. He was that young, 28, and if he's never done this before, he went in and did this to 4 people, which is just I don't understand it, honestly. All right, I got, I think, 1 or 2 more emails. I'm just trying to get through all of the new stuff because, like I said, each one of them is got a little bit different information in them. See, I'm interested to see if he did it. I am too. I just don't, honestly, I couldn't be. Hey, South Texas, how are you? EF, how are you doing? Yeah, he was 27 when he committed the crime. And then 8 days later, he had a birthday and become 28. Yeah. I honestly though, I don't think I could be a criminal defense attorney, and especially if it's a public defender type deal and you get stuck with this type of case. I don't think I could um, defend someone who has done something like this. I think this is basically just saying, okay, no, this has got a little bit different information in it. So, oh, 3. Okay. Thank you, Vixen, for posting that. Attorney take an oath to defend anyone. I know, Jingle Balls. I don't think I could do it. I'd be like, no, I can't. I'm sorry. Small town girl, how are you? Do you think he could be a Bundy copycat killer? Becky, I don't know if they knew him personally, but he did follow them on social media. All right, so this one here is going to have a little bit of the same information in it, but it's also got a little bit of different information in it as well. So I'm going to try to get through it as quick as I can. All right. So it just says the suspect in the University of Idaho murders arrested in Pennsylvania. A 28-year-old criminal justice graduate student was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania on Friday as a suspect in the mysterious stabbing deaths of four University of Idaho students last month. DNA evidence played a key role in identifying Brian Christopher Kohlberger as a suspect in the killings. Small town girl, thank you so much. And said, I wish I could give more. Love your channel and chat. Thank you, honey. That was very sweet of you. Okay, let's see here. I want to hear from Brian's professors and his questions in class he researched on Reddit. I can only imagine what he asked his professor. Oh, that would be very interesting. All right. So it says DNA evidence played a key role in identifying Brian Christopher Kohlberger as a suspect in the killings, and officials were able to match his DNA to genetic material recovered during the investigation. A law enforcement official said the officials spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss details of the ongoing investigation. Oh my God, what is wrong with people tonight? The students, Kaylee, Madison, and Xana, and Ethan, were stabbed to death in a rental home near campus in Moscow, Idaho, sometime in the early morning hours of November 13th. Moscow Police Chief James Fry said Kohlberger attends Washington State University, which is only a few miles across the state line from Moscow. Investigators are still looking for a weapon, Fry said at a press conference. He was emotional as he announced the arrest, calling the victims by their first names. He really was, y'all. If y'all, I mean, we all watched it in here today as it was happening, and then I played it again tonight. The chief was really emotional. Like you could tell, it sounded like he was wanting to hold back tears. Okay, the killings initially confounded law enforcement and shook the small farming community of about 25,000 people, which hadn't had a murder for 5 years. But tips began pouring in after law enforcement asked the public for help finding a white Hyundai Elantra sedan seen near the home around the time of the killings. In addition to the DNA evidence, authorities also learned that Kohlberger had a white Hyundai Elantra. The official who spoke anonymously said, in recent days, federal investigators had been watching Kohlberger and arrested him early Friday morning at a home in Chestnut Hill Township, Pennsylvania. Federal and state investigators are now combing through his background, financial records, and electronic communications as they work to identify a motive and build the case, the official said. The investigators are also interviewing people who knew Kohlberger, including those at Washington State University, the official said. All right, so the department made the request December the 7th, and by the next day had a direct tips to a special FBI call center because so many were coming in. By mid-December, investigators were working through nearly 12,000 tips and had identified more than 22,000 vehicles matching that make and model. During the press conference, Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson said investigators believe Kohlberger broke into the student's home with the intent to commit murder. So that's where the felony, felony burglary came in. That's where that charge came in. So he is being held without bond in Pennsylvania and will be held without bond in Idaho once he is returned, Thompson said. The affidavit is for 4 charges of first-degree murder in Idaho and will remain sealed until he is returned as required by state law. Yes, Joe, I was getting a little irritated with the chief. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I was doubting him, but they got the job done. We have to give credit where credit is due. Um, and yes, he was emotional. Like he was fighting the tears back. All right, so Kohlberger is also charged with felony burglary in Idaho, Thompson said. An extradition hearing is scheduled for Tuesday. Kohlberger just completed the first semester as a PhD student in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at Washington State University, and he is also a teaching assistant for the university's Criminal Justice and Criminology program, according to WSU's online directory. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't want this dude teaching my kids. In South Texas, I don't think it was so much of him stealing anything. I think just the fact that he went into the house with the intent to commit a murder, that's where the burglary charge is coming in at. Let's see. I feel bad I didn't trust Ellie to figure it out. Small town girl, I know. I mean, they hadn't had a murder in 7 years. They just had 4 land in their lap that was just gruesome. Like, we don't know the complete details of it, but we know how bad it was. I honestly did not think they would be able to solve it. I really didn't. I was wrong, and, yeah, they did have help with, Idaho State Police and the FBI, but I'm hoping that during this process of the help from the FBI and the Idaho State Police, that there was a learning curve there also, that they picked up on a lot of things just in case they have another incident like this in their town. Okay. So the university police assisted Idaho law enforcement in executing the search warrants at Koberger's campus apartment and office, the university said, and WSU officials did not immediately respond to the request for comment about Koberger's working as a teaching assistant. I mean, I don't know if I would want, like, if my child was taking classes under him, I don't know that. Uh, I'm wondering what the parents of these kids are thinking right now, honestly, that he taught. See, I figured it wasn't getting solved either, but yes, Indianapolis, it was. I mean, I'm glad that they were able to do it. I really am because these families need answers and they need justice and they need closure. Okay, so WSU and UI are partners in several academic programs, and students sometimes attend classes and seminars or work at the neighboring schools. That doesn't appear to be the case with Kohlberger. University of Idaho President Scott Green wrote in a memo to students and employees on Friday evening that the Idaho school had no record of him. Koberger graduated from Northampton Community College in Pennsylvania with an Associate of Arts degree in psychology in 2018, said the college spokesperson Mia Rossi Marino. DeSales University in Pennsylvania said that he received a bachelor's degree in 2020 and completed graduate studies in June of 2022. So the June 2022 is the one that I was talking about, that there was a video of him walking across stage and getting his diploma. Princess Megan, I can't talk right now. I'm kind of irritated about something and it's pissing me off. All right, so let's see, I'm almost done with this one. It says Goncalves 21 of Rothdrum, Idaho, Mogan 21 of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, Kernodle 20 of Post Falls, Idaho, and Chapin 20 of Conway, Washington were members of the university's Greek system and close friends. Mogan, Gonzalez, and Kernodle lived in the 3-story rental home with 2 other roommates. Kernodle and Chapin were dating, and he was visiting the house that night. Thank you, Sandra. So autopsy showed that all 4 were likely asleep when they were attacked, and some had defensive wounds. And each was stabbed multiple times, and there was no sign of SA. Police said. Joe, no, I'm good. Thank you. So police said Thursday that the rental home would be cleaned of potential biohazards and other harmful substances to collect evidence starting uh, Friday morning, which they did. Thank you, Sama. They did call that off. The cleaning was halted by the request of the court. Um, I'm wondering why they halted it though, because in some cases, and I don't know if this will be the case in this whenever it goes to trial. I don't think that they would keep that crime scene the way it is for that long. But I'm wondering if it's so they can walk the jury through it, if that would be an option. That's what I was thinking. Wait, little baby, maybe that's what they're wanting to do, but I mean, that could be like a year and a half down the road. Um, so are they just gonna let that all of that sit there? Like, and I'm trying to be no, I'm trying not to be graphic, but we know what was all over the place in the house. Defense probably needs access to the okay, yeah, that could be it too. Maybe, the defense would need, like, their own type of investigation to happen, and, maybe that's why, but, um, if it's to walk a jury through, I w like, are they really gonna let it sit there that long? See, in Texas, any death that occurs during a felony, such as kidnapping or burglary, is capital murder. James, do you know if it's the same way, like, as what you're saying as Texas is? If it's like that in Idaho? 1122 will be torn down after trial. I hope so, Eli. I really hope that they don't try to repair this house and try to rent it out. Like, I understand you need student housing for the college. I get that. And I get that the owner was making probably a good amount of money off the rent, but it comes down to morals and respect over money. And you tear down the house and you take that negativity away. You tear it down, there's no more negativity. You build something nice, or you build a park in you know, memory of the 4 victims. You know, not worry about money and all that. But some people are just greedy like that and, you know, could care less about the respect and the moral side of it. Let's see, new people living crime houses, I do believe in spirits and ghosts. Yes. Let's see, you overestimate people, sorry, they'll rent that house in 2 months. I know, South Texas, because like I said, if you put money in one hand and you put morals and respect in the other, yeah, they're gonna choose the money. And it's like they just could give 2 shits less about it being 4 kids who were brutally murdered in that house, and they would just go in and fix it up, and rent it out again. Okay, so it is the exact same in Idaho? Okay, thank you, James. I didn't know if that's the way it was or not. So, I'm sure I'm gonna be very surprised if they don't go after the, death penalty, but then again, if they don't, then more than likely he has probably cut a plea with them if there's someone else involved. Souvenir hunters will get pieces. I know, that is just okay, if this goes to trial as a death penalty case, taxpayers will be footing the bill for his defense. Only certain lawyers are qualified to represent defendants in death penalty cases. Yes. And I want to say the lawyer that Chad Daybell has, because they're going after the death penalty on him too. And or no, maybe it was Lori's, the one that Lori had. He had never done a death penalty case before. And now she's got a new attorney. I believe the one she has now, has done them. Okay, off topic, but have you ever looked into the missing person case of Brandon Swanson? Very creepy and just weird. It's the case that haunts me. No, Another Crow, I'm sorry, I've never even heard of that case. But you're more than welcome to email me about it if you'd like. My email is pinned at the top of the chat. Okay. Wait, I just saw another one. Okay. I'm just Has anybody looked into unsolved cases in PA? I haven't, Andy. No. Okay, thank you, Jingle Balls. I had to think there for a minute, like, what name did she just screenshot? And then it was about what Annette the Crow was talking about. I'm waiting on Chad's and Lori's cases, their trial to get started, y'all. And I'm hoping that something will happen and we'll be able to watch it. Aaron, it's just been a long day. Like super long. I've only had like 3 hours of sleep. And I've been going 100 miles an hour trying to get all this information and everything about this. People are buying up those houses and already living in a house where these. I just don't understand why people like. What do you get out of? I know people are into that type of thing, and if you are, that's fine. I'm not judging you or anything like that. But on a serious note, and this is a serious question. And if there's anybody in here who is into this type of thing, I really would love to hear your opinion on it. But whenever you have a house where something like this has happened, and people want to move in there, or they're okay with living there or whatever, what is the point or the purpose of it? What is what the me saying what is the point is probably too harsh, but what is like I'm trying to think of the right way to say this. Um, what do you get out of it? I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because like I said, I'm not, if that's what you're into, yeah, I'm not judging you over that. Um, I'm just I'm asking an honest question just because I'm really curious about it. Okay. Let's see. Did you see my question? Okay, I'm just Sharon Tate's rental was Evil's Shrine. It was finally destroyed. Well, strawberries, honestly, I mean, I don't think they're gonna tear it down. I think they should, but I mean, I don't know if maybe the town can petition it to be torn down. I don't know how that would work. Um, but I really think that they should do some type of memorial for them there. That house, it's got too much bad energy in it. See, I live in a place like that. I mean, Andy, it wouldn't scare me either. I just don't, you know, I mean, I wouldn't prefer to live in a place like that. But yeah, bed and breakfast. That is true, Liza. Um, Design Rhythm, how are you? I'm just curious, like I said, I wouldn't be scared to live there. I wouldn't prefer it. If I had another choice, I would obviously live somewhere else. But okay, I don't think the site of the killings is the right place for a memorial. Build a park, you know, something for the, the little neighborhood there to enjoy. Someone did send me an email. Wait, hold on. If Lost agrees, what? Somebody sent me an email and said, how about like, why not tear the place down and build like a police substation there? It's among all of the houses that all of these college students live in. It would make the college students feel safer. Maybe the parents of the college students feel safer. Um, they would have like a little substation there on that side of town. Uh, you know, it's really close to the college, literally straight across the road. Um, so I mean that would be a good idea too. And they probably won't do it, but Okay, so, why so the police can take South Texas, that is true. They need to learn how to take reports. Talking about the cold case. Uh, which cold case, Sifa? Yeah, I am completely behind on what they're talking about. A home we bought, I wonder how many. I know, James. It was just, like I said, somebody had emailed it to me, like the idea of, oh yes, Sifa, really need to do that. You really do. Um, yeah, I wouldn't think that they would want one. I'm thinking like some type of park or something. I don't know. I think they need to tear the house down. Let's see. If you owe the banks for the loan and your family depends on income for renting, what would you do? It's not your fault. Why should you lose your business investment to go bankrupt? Well, Jeanette, I can tell you this guy here, um, he's got several other properties right there on that road where the murders happened. Um, I mean, would you throw in more than likely hundreds of thousands of dollars to remodel a house where 4 kids were murdered just so you can make money? You wouldn't make it the first couple of years. You would have to make all that money back on what you remodeled the house with. But it comes down to morals and respect, honestly. See, the government can condemn any property they want to. Hey, E, how are you? Airbnb takes about a year. Yeah, because I mean, y'all, if it's the way they said it was on the inside of the house and all the biohazard stuff and all that, they're gonna have to just rip the whole thing down probably and rebuild. Hey, Candy, how are you? I see. I think the sorority house in Tallahassee where Bundy broke in is still. Oh wow, it's still in operation. All right, let me finish reading this real quick, y'all. All right, so the police said that Tuesday the rental home would be cleared of potential biohazards and other harmful substances to collect evidence starting Friday morning. So Shannon Gray, an attorney representing Gonzalez's father, Stephen Gonzalez, said law enforcement officials called the family last night to let them know about the arrest, but gave no additional information about how or why they believe he may be connected to the murders. Ben Roberts, a graduate student in the Criminology and Criminal Justice Department at WSU, described Koberger as a confident and outgoing, but said it seemed like he was always looking for a way to fit in. He said, I honestly just pegged him as being super awkward, Robert said. Robert started the program in August along with Koberger, and he said, and had several courses with him. He described Koberger as wanting to appear academic. One thing he would always do almost without fail was find the most complicated way to explain something, he said, which is what was said in the other um, article that I was reading. Said he had to make sure that you knew that he knew it. Ethan's family emailed a statement after the press conference. We are relieved that this chapter is over because it provides a form of closure. However, it doesn't alter the income or alleviate the pain, the family wrote. We miss Ethan and our family is forever changed. So that's the same one I was talking about that I uh, read earlier from Ethan's family. So the case enticed online sleuths who speculated about potential suspects and motives. Safety concerns had also had the university hire an additional security firm to escort students across the campus and the Idaho State Police sending troopers to help patrol the city streets. Kohlberger was arrested in eastern Pennsylvania in the Pocono Mountains, and no lawyer for Kohlberger was listed in the court documents, and no phone calls to the county public defender's office went answered Friday. Okay. So apparently he didn't have a public defender. Yes, the judge has halted the cleaning. They just didn't give a reason why. Okay. Hey, Bree, how are you? All right. You bet he'll represent himself. I mean, he's a smart dude. It wouldn't surprise me, but uh, if he wants any chance of getting, he probably won't get out of it, but any chance of not getting the death penalty, I don't think it would be wise for him to represent himself. Okay. Megatruth, how are you? I'm sorry if I haven't spoken to you already. And Joe, how are you? All right, let me get back into my email. Okay. Oh, thank you, Megatruth. Jury can't go to the house. Oh, yeah, that would be true too, James. It could be a biohazard. Well, maybe they're just doing it for the defense end. Um, maybe he would need to, whoever his defense team is. Okay, let me make sure that I get this name correct, y'all. Y'all know who I am. I don't like butchering names. So I pulled it up on screen. Is it Huda London Mental Health and Crime? Did I pronounce that correctly? I just want to make sure that I got it right. Anyone that represents themselves has a fool for a client. I have to agree. Yes. Okay, good. Well, Huda, welcome to chat. And thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. Okay, it may take another week or two, but it will happen. Uh, oh, no, Joe Hart. I was talking to Joe Buddha. I had just seen him in chat. And is there a Joe Hoff in here? Because I don't see a Joe Hoff. But Joe Hoff, if you're in here and you can hear me, hi, how are you? Okay. Abraham Lincoln said what? Did I miss something? Izzy, Happy New Year's to you as well. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there's Joe Hoff. Well, Joe Hoff, I'm sorry that I did not speak whenever you first came in, but thank you for coming and joining us. Okay, so I'm gonna be on here for 5 more minutes, probably tops, y'all. Let's see. Does Idaho have televised trials like Florida? Now, Candy, I know that they were gonna do the Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow Daybell. I think that's what she goes by now. They were gonna televise their case or their trial. And something, hey Teresa, how are you? Queen of Hearts, how are you? But something happened and they went in and now there's not gonna be cameras, but if I remember correctly, um, I wanna say Brian Eaton, but I know it's not Brian Eaton. Who is the guy from North Idaho News? Nate Eaton. I wanna say that he had said that they may have audio in there, but not video. Yeah, Laura, it's 2 a.m. here too. So we got less than 24 hours, y'all. Crime Crazy, it's 6 o'clock in the afternoon where you're at, right? Let's see, this is Cherokee Raider. I had something I wanted to share, but my new cast covered my fingers, so I can't type. Okay, True Crime Insight, that's fine, honey. Hopefully your hand and your wrist and arm and shoulder and everything will get better here soon. Okay, so it's almost New Year's for y'all then, Crime Crazy. But yeah, Candy, I'm hoping though that with this trial, when it goes to court, I pray y'all that they televise it. Because just think of all the people that have invested so much time in all this. And I mean, I know they don't have to legally let us watch it, but we've invested a lot of time. A lot of people sent in all these tips that they were asking for. So, I it would be nice if they did allow us to watch it. Anyone else going to be on yours? Okay, Chinese Kung Fu, how are you? Oh, Queen of Hearts, you're very welcome, honey. Okay. Oh, wait, did South Texas say she was? I missed it. That's my bedtime, plus I'm very sick. South Texas, I hope you get to feeling better, honey, and you have a good night. I wonder if Moscow will be partying tomorrow night or quiet. That's a good question, Design Rhythm. I wonder if those college students feel a little bit of relief knowing that this person is off the streets. But then again, police haven't came out and said if there was anybody else involved in it. Oh, do you think Megatruth, honestly, um, somebody said that he waived his rights and that the judge put the order in for him to be extradited back. Now, I haven't seen paperwork on that. I know that there is an extradition hearing the 3rd, January the 3rd in Pennsylvania. Okay, I'm a male and I'm 100% certain. Oh, South Texas, I'm sorry. But have a good night, and I hope you get to feeling better. Okay, what does it mean that he waived his rights? Sandra, meaning he's not gonna fight it. He's not gonna fight to stay in Pennsylvania and not be brought back, um, to Idaho, because he can fight it, and then all they'll do, Idaho would just have to start the process, um, of getting him back to Idaho. Okay, yes, White Little Baby, you enjoy your day tomorrow with your family. I will talk to you. I'll check in with you tomorrow night because, tomorrow night being New Year's Eve. I remember how you were on July the 4th. I'll check in with you tomorrow night and make sure you're okay. Uh, really, Sifa. Sifa, honestly, I wasn't paying attention to your name because I know it's you because of your picture. Oh, White Little Baby, I ain't saying a word. I'm just saying I remember, so I will check in on you tomorrow night and make sure that you're okay. So, no, Joe, I haven't seen the paperwork yet. That was just something that I had heard. Oh, hold on, y'all. I'm being told to check my email again. How old is Brian? He is 28. Wait, who asked that? Where did the question go? Candy, he is 28. He was 27 when he committed the murders. And then 8 days later, he celebrated his 28th birthday. All right, what is this? All right. Okay, Sifa, I'm sorry, I can't call you that. Okay, so wait, what is this? Hold on. I gotta pull this up, y'all. This gonna be my last thing pulling up, and then I'm gonna end it for the night. But this is something from Mr. Gonzalez. Well, not from him, something that they have said that he said. So it says on here, all right. It says it just keeps getting more bizarre. Father of Kaylee says that there are connections, but isn't ready to discuss it. Let me see if we can hear this, because I was trying to hear it a second ago when I first pulled it up and I couldn't.
The father of one of the murder victims, Steve Gonsalves, and his attorneys say they see connections between Kaylee and the suspect, but they aren't ready to talk about exactly what those connections are. The arrest comes the same day as his family is holding a celebration of life for Kaylee.
Hello.
The father of one of the murder victims, Steve Gonsalves.
You committed the murder, but we don't know. Oh my God, people get so ass hurt over how I say something. The man was arrested for committing 4 murders on 4 innocent kids. That is what he was arrested for. 4 charges of first-degree murder. How else do you want me to say it? Honestly. Okay, and that was Beavis that y'all just heard, if y'all did hear him. Yeah, he followed, Kaylee and Maddie both. Let's see, I pray Steve isn't the connection. Yeah, I know. You can't satisfy everybody, but I mean, how else am I supposed to say it? He was arrested on 4 charges of first-degree murder. I mean, thank you, Huda. Oh, wait, by the way, sis, tell me it. Okay, it's her fault. Well, I mean, thank you, Joe, and thank you, Sandra. I mean, I don't know how else to say it. I mean, that's what he did. He committed 4 murders. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just have to wait for Steve to come out and, um, hear what he's got to say. So, and another thing about the Twitter account, I'm gonna address this one more time. This is about what I'm irritated about right now. The Twitter account that we were posting the link for in the beginning was the Twitter account that was for my channel. Someone else made it. They were running it for me. They're using my name or using my channel name. I've asked that person to delete the channel or delete the Twitter account. They are refusing to do so, and they have still got at Lost Souls TC on there. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that just because that name is on there and it says at Lost Souls TC, that is not my Twitter account. I'm using my personal Twitter account now for the channel. The mods are dropping the link to my Twitter account. Princess Megan, no, the account was made without asking me to begin with, but they made it. And then I said, it's okay because it's for the channel. Ways have been parted. I've asked them to delete it. They're refusing to delete it. They're basically using the at Lost Souls TC name on it to gain followers. So it's a fraud and it's a fake account. I am not affiliated with it. I want to make that clear to everyone that if y'all see something that is posted on that Twitter account, because it says at Lost Souls TC, it is not from this channel, it is not from me. I've literally gotten emails from people who have complained about stuff that that account has posted. I don't even have the logins to the account. Uh, just know you're becoming YouTube famous when the assholes come out. Just be proud you're growing. You've worked hard for it. Thank you, Annette the Crow. I appreciate that. So I asked the person to delete it. They got mad, told me to mind my own business. They're going to do with their account what they want to do with it. I will be contacting Twitter to see if I can have it taken down. I did tell them that it is a fake and a fraud. It's not, it's more than about blocking them on Twitter, Miller. It's the fact that they're using my channel name on there. They literally have at Lost Souls TC on it. So whenever they post something on that Twitter account, it reflects my channel, even though I don't have anything to do with the channel, or with, even though my channel doesn't have anything to do with that Twitter account, it still reflects on my channel, because people will get that mixed up thinking that it has something to do with me or my channel when it doesn't. Let's see, let's all tweet Elon Musk and have him block the account. I mean, I've asked for it to be deleted. They are not going to delete it. When the account was first made, I was not asked about it. They just made it, and then they came and told me, oh, hey, I made a Twitter account. I said, okay. They were part of the channel. They were posting stuff for the channel, but we are no longer affiliated with each other. So at that time of the departure of each other, the Twitter account should have been deleted, and it wasn't. So I just want everyone to understand that, and I will pull my Twitter account up right now so that way everybody can see my Twitter name. Nightbot has just dropped the link to my Twitter account. I just want everyone to understand this is mine. Scarlet, Lost Souls TC, and then the at TC_lost. On the other one that I'm trying to get deleted has at Lost Souls TC. So I just want to let all of you know that. Okay. I still want to know what Maddie told Adam. You know, Aaron, allegedly. Okay, so Chronicles of Olivia did an interview with Kaylee's dad, well, with her whole family, and they told Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia, about the conversation of what Maddie told Adam. But that video will not be dropped until January the 5th, I think it is. Huh? It's the 6th? Oh, okay. 5th or 6th. I thought it was the 5th, but Charles saying the 6th. That's Scarlett. Let's see. Yeah, KT, yeah, on my Twitter account, it has Scarlett on it. It's just where a lot of people are getting mixed up at. It's because mine has the at TC_lost, and this is my personal Twitter account that I'm going to start using for the channel. The other one has at Lost Souls TC, and people are getting confused by it. So they go over there and they go to follow on that account thinking it's this channel, and it's not. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understands that the link that Nightbot is dropping is for this account that I have pulled up on screen. Wait, did I put that? Hold on, y'all. I didn't pull it up on screen. I'm sorry. Give me a second. KT, that is the wrong one. That is the one that I am trying to get taken down. If you look under that name, it says at Lost Souls TC. Okay. I'm sorry, y'all. I thought I had it pulled up here. I'm just sitting here running my mouth and and didn't even have it pulled up for y'all to see it. Huda, you have a happy new year. And thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. Okay, so now everybody can see it. This is mine. Can't you just copyright and claim your name? Laughing stock, that's what I'm gonna have to end up doing, is copywriting or trademarking or whatever you want to call it, the Lost Souls TC. I think that would be the best thing to do. And then that way I can use it on whatever I want. Nobody else can use it. Well, from state to state, it depends on the event, state, and distance. Okay. Okay, Grizzly Show follows the one that's not you. You should contact her. Oh, does she? Okay, see, that's what I'm saying. Which is fine if y'all follow the other one. That's perfectly fine. I'm not asking anybody to unfollow the other one. If y'all want to follow the other one, yeah, that's your business. I'm just wanting everybody to understand that the other one is not mine. That this one here is mine. Muffy Dragon Slayer, how are you? See, I sent how to change it, so no more excuses. So you're talking about how she can change the at Lost Souls TCs? I can't call you sleazy. Sifa? So yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to clear that up real quick. What? Hold on, wait. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Okay, yes, we are still looking into this Brian guy's background. Sleazy Sifa. So make sure y'all tune in tomorrow because we may have we'll more than likely have some more information on him. Um, let's see. Sifa, I'm sorry, I can't call you that. Let's see. People don't keep secrets. Olivia was hurting herself by waiting until. I think the reason why she's waiting until the fifth EF is because she has to do all the editing on it, and she said that she wants to make it look very beautiful and professional. And we all know that Olivia, with Chronicles of Olivia, is badass as far as her editing skills go. Um, she's very good at what she does. So, she's wanting to make it look a certain way, and that takes time. So, yeah, editing, it really does. That's why I don't do a whole lot of videos. Editing it, it takes a while. Um, Plus they're doing, they're still in Idaho, so she's got all these other things that she has to do while she's up there. She's got filming to do, and I'm pretty sure she's got other editing projects to do and all that. So, um, so maybe that's the reason why they were waiting till January the 5th to drop it. But either way, I'm pretty sure it's gonna look good when she's done with it. Okay, just need to let her know that this one. Okay, wait, hold on, wait. Let me see what headphone says. This is the one that is yours. Okay. All right, y'all. I'm just gonna get out of here. I gotta go jump in the shower, and I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up early in the morning. See, by January the 2nd. By January 2nd, people will be on the hearing. By the 3rd, next case. Okay, wait. I sent that other Twitter before I knew, and they wasn't answering now. Wait, hold on, Brooklyn. Hold on. Okay, I sent links to that other Twitter before I knew, and they were answering to them rudely. So it made me think I was sending stupid stuff. Brooklyn, I'm sorry, honey. That was not me. You are the second person who has came into my chat and has told me that there is people on that account who are being rude to them. I want to apologize. I'm sorry that that happened to you. So I'm fixing to pull my Twitter back up here. If the mods can please, I don't, which mods do I still have in here? Jingle balls, I'm fixing to get off here, honey. I know it's late where you're at too, but I just need to do this real quick. Can you please drop the link to my Twitter? If y'all have Twitter, please come follow me here. I do not condone, and that's what's pissing me off right there, is that my channel name is attached to that other Twitter account. And for that person to sit over there and write people back and be rude on something that they were sending to them is unacceptable. See, I was talking about Grizzly following the one that's not you. She probably would like to follow your actual account. Headphones. Did you said that you got in touch with Grizzly? If so, thank you. Hold on. I mean, there has been stuff that has been put on that account. Small town girl, you have a good night, honey. There has been stuff that I have seen that has been put on that account that people has had to go back and ask that person to remove because it was misinformation. Like I said, it reflects on my channel name, which then comes back and reflects on me. And I'm not having it. Okay, I'll look or send the messages to you. I've known for about a week it wasn't you. I'm sorry this happened to you. Oh, Brooklyn, I am sorry, honey, but send them to me because I am going to be contacting Twitter because I do have all the emails. I have the emails where uh, she just busts up in an email and tells me that she made the account. I've got the email where I've asked her to remove it and she's not. Now she's being rude to people with my channel name on there. I'm not having it. I'm sorry. I'm just not. It's ridiculous. That reflects on my channel, just having my name on there. Beautiful Missy, no, it's no social media drama. It's just that there is another Twitter account that has my channel name on it, and I've asked them to remove it. Okay, so this down here is my right channel link. So if anybody has Twitter and you want to follow me, you're more than happy to. I would love to have you over there. Brooklyn, please, you can just send them and either email them to me or send them to me through DM on Twitter. Either way is fine. And King Scarlet, yes, it should have been deleted. I told him that. I asked him. I sent the email tonight. I was waiting until after Christmas to do it. Asked them, could you please delete the account? They told me no, they weren't deleting it. To mind my own business, to stay out of her business. She's going to run her Twitter account how she wants to. Well, it's got my name on it, therefore it's my business. So I'm going to be contacting Twitter about it. Because I can't have people. Wait, I didn't contact Grizzly. I suggested that you. Oh, okay. Thank you, headphones. I'm sorry. I get what you're saying. All right, so okay, I'll send them. I know it was strange because you are so nice and respectful to everyone in chat here. And yeah, Brooklyn, I am so sorry that's like I said. You're the second person who has come into chat, plus the people who's emailed me about stuff that's been posted over there. I mean, she's upset and saying, I'm sure people are emailing you about stuff I post. If they don't like it, they ain't got to read it. Just like I tell them whenever they email me about stuff you say on your channel, which I highly doubt anybody's emailed her about anything. And if they have, I don't care. But the point is, it is my business when my channel name is on that account. So I just wanted to make sure I let everybody know. Because that being rude to people can take that the wrong way and think that it's me being rude to them. So I'm fixing to get out of here, y'all. I love you all. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Please remember to keep these families in your prayers. They're just, they got through one little hurdle. the guys arrested. If there's any other people, they need to be arrested too, but, you know, they got the trial coming up, and that trial is gonna be very hard. Um, so, you know, keep them all in your prayers. I will be back tomorrow night. So thank you all for coming and hanging out. Everybody, yes, Crime Crazy, what is it? Yvonne, I love you too, honey. And thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Account, I have 3 accounts for. Okay, thank you, Joe. See message in chat. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me find. Hold on. Okay, I've been following this case from the beginning. I never post here. I'm from WPKN Radio. Definitely want to have T-Rev and you, Scarlett, on this. Oh, cool. Well, can my email is pinned at the top of the chat. Can you send me an email so we can set up a time or whatever it is that we need to do? And I'm sorry that I missed your comment. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Okay, let me make sure I've caught up from everyone else. Okay, thanks. Oh, thank you. That is awesome, y'all. Okay, so I need to get out of here. I love you all. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. Thank you to everybody who donated for the flowers for Kaylee and Maddie. We did get confirmation that they were delivered today. I know poor Sifa was worried about they wasn't going to get there on time, but they did. Um, what else is it? Keep the families in your prayers. Thank you, Jingle Balls. Uh, the Aussies, I know y'all will be going through New Year's here in a couple of hours, so happy New Year's to all of you. I love you all. Everybody else, if y'all go out for New Year's Eve or whatever, celebrating, please be safe. Don't drink and drive, please. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna get out of here. The Krista, thank you. I'm about to go jump in the shower and go straight to bed. All right, so I love you all. Thank you for hanging out with me, and I will talk to y'all tomorrow.